Thankfully, our Father who art in heaven.
Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, deliver us from the evil one. Through Christ Jesus our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Welcome back to our first lecture of this great day celebrating the legacy of Saint Habib Girgis. And our first speaker in today's agenda will be His Eminence Metropolitan Serapion, the Metropolitan of the Diocese of Los Angeles, Southern California, and Hawaii. His Eminence was called to be the Bishop of the Diocese of Los Angeles and Southern California on November 14th, 1995, and he was enthroned on December 23rd, 1995. And we are truly blessed to be shepherded by His Eminence with his true fatherhood and his exquisite vision in all areas of the ministry, and his particular attention to Christian education and reviving patristic writings. His Eminence has deep interest in church history, as he himself is an excellent reader and researcher of church history and patristics. He wisely integrates the pastoral needs of his flock with deep and extensive research of the rites of the church. We pray that God may keep His Eminence for us for many years, shepherding us and watching over us. His Eminence will speak to us about Habib Girgis, and the lecture will be in Arabic. Please welcome His Eminence Metropolitan Serapion.
بسم الله والابن والروح القدس الإله الواحد آمين. اخترت أن تكون في محاضرة بالعربي عشان حبيب جرجس طبعا ومصر، وأيضا عشان يعني ننوع بين العربي والإنجليش. لكن I would say some يعني expression in English also to help those who cannot follow Arabic in full يعني. نشكر ربنا إن احنا في هذا اليوم المبارك اللي هو يوم عيد نياحة القديس حبيب جرجس، إن احنا يعني نحتفل بيه بهذه الصورة اللي ما حصلتش قبل كده يعني في السنوات اللي فاتت. ويرجع الفضل في هذا لنيافة الأنبا سوريال اللي محبته الكبيرة للقديس حبيب جرجس واهتمامه به ودراساته العميقة عنه وتعبه في تنظيم هذا اليوم المبارك العلمي اللي يجمع ما بين احتفالنا بقديس عظيم وأيضا نحن نتعمق أكثر في سيرته والدروس اللي احنا نستفيد بها من حياته. طبعا نيافة الأنبا سوريال معه مجموعة تعبوا اشتركوا معاه في هذا الإعداد. نشكرهم جميعا. نشكر كنيسة الشهيد العظيم مار جرجس استضافت اليوم ده، واللي واضح قوي يعني المجهود المبذول في إعداد هذا اليوم بهذه الصورة جميلة. طبعا سعداء بوجود الآباء الأساقفة نيافة الأنبا برهام وأنبا كيرلس وكل الآباء الكهنة الموجودين النهارده. حبيب جرجس قديس شخصية معروفة، لكن قرار المجمع المقدس في سنة 2013 ألقى الضوء أكثر على حياته وعلى أهميته بالنسبة للكنيسة. أنا مش هعيد كل اللي قلته تحت، لكن أنا أقول إنه أحب برضو للناس النقطة دي إن أنا يعني أعيدها، هي إنه هو قديس فريد من ناحية ما نعرفه عن القديسين. فهو ليس شهيدا بالدم، ولكنه قدم حياته وجهاده في الرسالة اللي هو اهتم بيها. هو ليس راهبا بشكل الرهبنة، ولكن عاش حياة الرهبنة في روحها. ليس لم يكن بطريركا أو أسقفا أو كاهنا، لكن لم يكن علمانيا، لكنه كان من ضمن الإكليروس، لكن في رتبة مهمة اللي هي رتبة الأرشدياقون. أيضا هو لم يكن صانعا للمعجزات، فلا تنسب له أي معجزة عملها. وده بيوري إن كنيستنا بينما بتقدر المعجزات لكن ما بتربطش القداسة أو مكانة الشخص بعدد المعجزات اللي عملها. لكن هو عمل معجزة كبيرة اللي هو من ناحية التعليم في الكنيسة وانتشاره. الموضوع اللي أنا هتكلم عنه وحاول أنه يكون باختصار بقدر الإمكان، لأن عارف أن احنا متأخرين في المواعيد، هو ما الدروس التي نستفيدها من القديس حبيب جرجس في خدمة المهجر. وإحنا هنا في الإبرشية تم يعني تأسيس الإبرشية سنة 95، فكملنا 25 سنة نتطلع للسنوات القادمة. ودايما أحب باستمرار أن يكون هناك رؤية تحركنا في خدمتنا. وأنا هاخد بعض النقط من مثال القديس حبيب جرجس اللي بنضعها في رؤيتنا في خدمة الإبرشية في الفترة القادمة. يعني the vision of the diocese. I will mention 7 lessons from the life of Saint Habib Gerges, which we will incorporate and include it in our vision for the diocese for the coming years. أول حاجة هو أهمية التعليم اللاهوتي الإكليريكي. حينما يذكر القديس حبيب جرجس تذكر الإكليريكية. الإكليريكية بدأت قبله في العصر الحديث. طبعا الإكليريكية تعود جذورها لمدرسة الإسكندرية اللاهوتية، ولكن هو انضم وآمن برسالتها وضحى لأجل هذه الرسالة، إنه مهم قوي إن زي ما كل وظيفة لها كلية بتخرج الناس منها، لماذا لا يكون بالنسبة للإكليروس؟ وطبعا في الوقت ده كانت مصر بدأت تنفتح عن العالم بعد الفترة العثمانية وبداية تأسيس الدولة الحديثة، وابتدى هناك تظهر الكليات، وكانت الحرف الناس بتتوارثها، يعني واحد نجار بيعلم ابنه يبقى نجار وهكذا. وكان أيضا الكهنوت بهذه الصورة، يعني عائلة كهنوتية، الأب كاهن، ابنه يبقى كاهن وهكذا. لما ابتدت مصر تنتقل إن الحرف تبقى حاجة تدرس والناس كلها تروح، يعني واحد يدرس هندسة، واحد يدرس طب، واحد يدرس محاسبة. يعني مثلا الأقباط كانوا بيهتموا بالحسابات والأمور المالية، لكن كانوا ليهم نظام معين في الحسابات زي السر بيورثوه لولادهم، عشان كده ما كانوش بيقدروا يستغنوا عنهم. يعني كل ما كان يجي حاكم يطلع الأقباط من الدواوين يرجعهم تاني، لما الدواوين مش هتعرف تشتغل. لكن الأقباط كان عندهم يعني رؤية إنه المستقبل للتعليم النظامي المنظم، لذلك ما قاوموش المدارس وما قاوموش الكليات، بل بالعكس كان أول ناس بعتوا أولادهم. فالقديس حبيب جرجس كان يرى طب وليه ده ما يكونش في الكنيسة؟ يعني ليه ده بيحصل والأقباط وصلوا لدرجات عالية يعني في البروفيشنال لايف، بينما يجي يبص للكنيسة ان الكنيسة لسه ماشية بالطريقة اللي هي التقليدية، إن استخدمنا كلمة تقليدية بمعنى سلبي هنا يعني. فهو كان رؤيته ان وجود الإكليريكية هو أمر مهم جدا لنشر التعليم. وهذه الرؤية اللي بدأها وجاهد من أجلها، طبعا ما هتسمعوا في المحاضرات القادمة الصعوبات اللي هو واجهها، وما تقروا في حياته، طبعا مش هخش أنا في التفاصيل دي، لكن هذه الرؤية دخلت في الكنيسة، تبناها بعد كده القديس البابا كيرلس السادس، وعمل اسقفية مخصوص اسمها اسقفية التعليم والمعاهد الدينية. يعني بابا شنودة لما وسم اسقف كان اسقف التعليم والمعاهد الدينية، بعد كده رسم اسقف للبحث العلمي ونيافة الأنبا غرغوريوس. البابا شنودة لما صار بطريركا كان أيضا اهتمامه بالإكليريكيات اهتمام كبير، واهتم هنا في المهجر باهتمامه بخدمة المهجر في تأسيس إكليريكيات. ففي سنة 89 أسس إكليريكية هنا في لوس أنجلوس، وكانت المحاضرات هنا في كنيسة مارجرجس، وكان مقرها كنيسة مارجرجس. وطبعا أسس أيضا في نيوجيرسي. والبابا تودروس ابتدى يعمق الأمر ويعمل حاجة اسمها الأكاديمية، في ستاندر بالنسبة للإكليريكيات. هذه الفكرة أو هذا الأساس في أهمية الإكليريكية والتعليم اللاهوتي الأكاديمي. أيضا يعني هنا في الإبرشية بدأنا، وفي عندنا أكتس اللي هو الثيولوجيكال سكول يافة الأنبا كيرلس، وطبعا يافة الأنبا سوريال كان له دور رائد في تأسيس إكليريكية على مستوى أكريدت في ملبورن، وطبعا احنا استفدنا بوجوده هنا في دعم هذا التعليم اللاهوتي. ومن ضمن الحاجات اللي احنا يعني مهتمين بيها انه يبقى في اكريديشن يعني يبقى معترف بيها. ساعات ناس تسأل طب ايه أهمية الاكريديتيشن؟ يعني الشخص اللي هيطلع ده مثلا حتى هيبقى مثلا كاهن هيخدم في مدارس الأحد إلى آخره، يعني ايه أهمية الاكريديتيشن؟ وليه احنا يعني الاكريديتيشن ده يعني نيافة الأنبا كيرلس ممكن يحكي لكم قصة الاكريديتيشن دي، يعني زي عاملة زي القضية الفلسطينية كده في حل لسه شغالين فيها ومباحثات وحاجة، يعني شغلانة كبيرة. وساعات طب ايش، وطبعا مكلفة أيضا مش بس كده، لكن بتساعدنا إن احنا نمشي على الاستاندر الأكاديمي. طب إيه أهمية الاستاندر الأكاديمي؟ يعني إيه أهمية الموضوع ده؟ أهميته إن إحنا عايشين في المجتمع ده هايلي انتلكتوال، يعني وفي تيارات كتيرة موجودة. الردود الانفعالية لم تعد تصلح، يعني مجرد ان انا ايموشنال رياكشن، يعني الموضوع كده لا ده غلط ما يصحش يكون، ده مش نافع هنا. لازم نخش نفهم الامور والروت كوزز بتاعتها، وازاي ان احنا ادي الرد ده يقدر ان هو يخش في عقليه الناس. زي ايه ما حصل في الكنيسه، كان الايمان بسيط، الناس بتؤمن ان المسيح هو ابن الله. لما ابتدى يخش فلاسفه وناس هايلي اديوكيتد للمسيحيه، ابتدت الامور تصاغ. طب ازاي يكون هو الله وابن الله؟ وابتدى يحصل تحديات. فكان قدام الكنيسه الفلسفه اليونانيه. الفلسفه اليونانيه ما كانتش جزء، يعني رساله المسيح كان رساله للشعب في فلسطين، ما كانش يعني بيقدم الرساله دي باللغه اليونانيه. لكن ظهر تحدي قدام الكنيسه، ماذا تفعل بالفلسفه اليونانيه؟ هل ترفضها ودي فلسفه وثنيه، ولا تتبناها عشان خاطر تبقى جزء من المجتمع الثقافي المتعلم، العالم المتعلم؟ فالكنيسه اختارت طريق ان هي تاخذ من الفلسفه اليونانيه وتعمدها، يعني تاخد منها وتحطها في الصوره المسيحيه. فده اللي خلق الثيولوجي. يعني الثيولوجي له جذور فلسفيه. فالاباء درسوا الاثنين، مثلا زي القديس اثناسيوس كان له دراسه، يعرف جيدا ما هي الفلسفه اليونانيه ويقرا فيها. وطبعا رجل نشأ في الكنيسه، قدرت الكنيسه في الوقت ده، وكنيسه اسكندريه بالذات كان ليها دور كبير في قياده العالم المسيحي كله في الفتره المظاهر الهقطقه الاريوسيه والنسطوريه. لولا هذا المستوى اللي نقول، لو استخدمنا التعبيرات الحديثه، الاكاديمي. اكاديميك يعني ايه؟ يعني انت بتعرف الناس دي بتفكر ايه، القواعد الاكاديميه. زي مثلا واحد يكتب مقاله، في فرق تكتب مقاله وفي فرق مثلا بتكتب رساله بتقدمها عشان تاخد PhD. ففي طريقه معينه للكتابه والفوت نوتس ودقه فكل الحاجات دي اصبح النهارده لابد ان الكنيسه وهي بتقدم رسالتها انها تستخدم هذه اللغه، بس بالطريقه التي تتناسب مع ايماننا. من هنا جاءت اهميه التعليم اللاهوتي الاكاديمي من خلال دراسه تكون دراسه جيده. النقطه الثانيه انه القديس حبيب جرجس كان دايما ينادي بربط الرسامات بالإكليريكية. يعني كان دايما يقول طيب لو واحد هيشتغل مهندس لازم يتخرج من كلية الهندسة، لو واحد هيشتغل دكتور لازم يتخرج من كلية الطب. طب اشمعنى عند القسيس؟ عشان كده تلاحظوا ان الكنيسة لما اعادت الإكليريكية سمتها الكلية الإكليريكية. طب ليه سموها الإكليريكية؟ يعني الواحد ساعات يسأل طب ما كانوا سموها مثلا الكلية اللاهوتية مثلا. أنا في العربي في الإنجليزي بقول ثيولوجيكال سكول، لكن هم سموها الكلية الإكليريكية، يعني الإكليروس. يعني ليه؟ لأنه زي ما يقول كلية الهندسة اللي بتطلع المهندسين، كلية الطب اللي بتطلع الأطباء، وهكذا كلية المحاسبة تطلع المحاسبين. هو على نفس المستوى سموها الكلية الإكليريكية اللي بتطلع مين؟ الإكليروس. لكن للأسف هذه الرؤية ما تحققتش، حصل خلاف مش هخش فيه، وابتدت الرسامات قد تكون هناك أسباب يعني عملية لهذا، والكنيسة استعادت بذلك إنه بيكون خادم كويس. يعني واحد بيخدم كويس في الكنيسة، درس، حضر أعداد خدام، وصل معين في الدراسة والمعرفة، لكن ما درسش بطريقة أكاديمية، استخدمنا التعبير ده. دي فادت وأضرت. فادت إن أصبح نقدر نرسم عدد كبير من الكهنة، وأضرت إن هي أضعفت الإكليريكيات، بالذات اللي هو الدراسة للمتفرغين. يعني كان ابتدى يبقى في قسم مسائي، فابتدى قسم المسائي يقوى بالنسبة للقسم اللي هو النهاري، الناس المتفرغة للدراسة. يعني واحد بيجي يحضر له كم محاضرة كده ويذاكر براحته، واللي يخلصه يعني ممكن يقعد مثلا 10 سنين على بال ما يخلص، أو ممكن يخلص أو ما يخلصش، لأنه ما هوش حاجة، وده مجرد معلومات يعني بياخدها. وإحنا مشينا كده برضه. دلوقتي إحنا في رؤيتنا الجديدة إن إحنا نربط الرسامات بالدراسة اللاهوتية. يعني بيجي واحد يترسم، يبقى دي القاعدة، إن هو الدراسة. لما واحد يقول لك واخد دكتوراه مثلا في الهندسة مثلا، كويس، بس هو مش هيشتغل مهندس، واخد ده أسيس. فاحنا صحيح الدراسه الاكاديميه بتدي عقليه معينه، يعني الانسان ما هو في اساسيات في الفكر والتفكير، سواء انت خدتها هندسه، خدتها طب، خدتها كذا، بتديك مستوى تعليمي معين في قدرتك على التفكير واتخاذ القرار. دي حقيقه، لكن دي لا تغني دي، يعني لا تغني دي. عشان كده مش بس كده، على كل المستويات. يعني مستوى الخدام، احنا مثلا الخادم بيجي اهو يقول لي ده بيخدم كويس، لا خلاص خش اخدم. او مثلا عمل اعداد خدام، ما نعرفش اعداد خدام ده عملوا ايه. فالنهارده بقى في كورس للخدام، في شهاده ياخدها الخادم. فمع الوقت هتلاقوا ان كل الخدام دارسين، معاهم سيرتيفيكت. كل الكهنه، طبعا ممكن الكاهن يدرس بعد ما اترسم، وهكذا، بحيث ان احنا نعيد هذه الرؤيه اهتم بيها القديس حبيب جرجس، وهي ربط الإكليريكية بالسيامات. النقطة الثانية هي الربط بين التعليم اللاهوتي والتعليم المسيحي بوجه عام. يعني تلاحظوا أن في حاجتين كان مهتم بيهم القديس حبيب جرجس، هو الإكليريكية وإيه؟ مدارس الأحد. يعني عندما تقول الحاجتين دول، طب مدارس الأحد دي بتاعت الأطفال، يعني الأطفال والشباب وكده. فهو كان يرى إنه وجود إكليريكية غير مرتبطة بالحياة الكنسية والتعليم الكنسي هيخلق زي ما بنشوف في العالم الغربي، إنه ممكن تلاقي كلية إكليريكية عظيمة جدا في المستوى الأكاديمي، لكن ما لهاش دعوة بواقع الكنيسة، أو ممكن بتقول أفكار عكس تعليم الكنيسة بحكم الحرية الأكاديمية. لكن الربط ما بين الإكليريكية أو المدرسة اللاهوتية وبين مدارس الأحد وبين خدمة التعليم بوجه عام هو أمر مهم جدا. عشان كده احنا حطيناهم تحت قسم اسمه Christian Education. يعني كان ممكن نخلي أكتس لوحديها، لكن ليه اتحطت تحت الكريستيان إديوكيشن؟ وليه مهتمية مثلا بالخدام وخدمة المدارس الأحد؟ عشان يحدث هذا الربط، خاصة أن تقليد كنيستنا أن كبار اللاهوتيين في الكنيسة القبطية الأرثوذكسية كانوا رعاة، القديس أثناسيوس القديس، واللي ما كانوش رعاة هم اللي جت منهم بعض المشاكل، زي مثلا أوريجانوس. يعني أوريجانوس كان عقلية كبيرة، بس اهتمامه الكبير بالفلسفة والتفسير الرمزي خلاها حصلت فيه بعض يعني ايه انحرافات او الخروج عنه. عشان كده تلاحظوا ما تقروا للقديس كيرلس بيصحح حاجات كتيرة اللي قالها أوريجانوس بدون حتى ما يذكر اسمه. يعني الكنيسة بتاعتنا أوريجانوس ده شخصية مهمة في مدرسة الإسكندرية اللاهوتية، لكن الخط بتاعه صلحه بعد كده القديس أثناسيوس والقديس كيرلس. لو كنا احنا مشينا فيما بعد بالنسبة لأوريجانوس كان ممكن خط التعليم اللاهوتي في كنيستنا كان هيختلف، لكن حصل ضبط في الموضوع ده بحيث ان احنا شفنا يعني، وبالذات بقى في القديس كيرلس. القديس كيرلس جه بقى بعد يعني كل الشخصيات الكبيرة، فهو يعتبر عشان كده يسموه في التقليد الأرثوذكسي اللي هو السيئل. يعني البيزس القديس أثناسيوس هو السيل، هو الخاتم، لأنه جمع حاجة وحطها لنا في صورة لشخص كان قدامه الوقت وقدامه المكتبة، غير القديس أثناسيوس اللي كان دايما منفي يعني. النقطة الرابعة هي، احنا قلنا الأول الإكليريكية أهميتها، ربط الإكليريكية بالسيامات، التعليم اللاهوتي والتعليم المسيحي. النقطة الرابعة هي التعليم الشعبي، تعليم اللاهوت الشعبي. لذلك هو كان أيضا واعظا، وكان واعظا جيدا. يعني ساعات الناس الأكاديميين تلاقيه لما يجي يدي محاضرة ما عرفش يكلم الناس، ما عرفش يكلم الشعب. يعني هو يقدر يكلم طلبة بيدرسوا، لكن عشان يكلم الشعب ما عرفش يكلمهم، لأنه بيتكلم بمستوى معين وبيختار ألفاظ كده يعني إيه الناس ودانها بتوجعها لما بتسمعها. لكن حبيب جرجس كان واعظ مؤثر. عشان كده القصة المشهورة زي هو بيوعظ وكان البابا كيرلس الخامس بيرشم عليه الصليب، يعني إيه عشان ربنا يباركه فيه. حلو. فعايز اقول ايه، الواعظ هنا، ويمكن يعني من ضمن الحاجات يعني العظيمه اللي البابا شنودة الثالث رايح عنها نفسه، ان نقل التعليم اللاهوتي للشعب. ودي نقطه مهمه. ليه؟ لانه لو الشعب ما عندوش وعي لاهوتي ممكن يحصل انحراف. فعشان كده تلاقي الناس نتيجة فترة ال40 سنة وهذا التعليم اللي قدمه البابا شنودة، النهارده لما يجي واحد يقول كلمة كده غريبة الناس على طول ودانها تحصل لها ألرجي، يعني تحس إن في حاجة غلط بتتقال. يقول لك فلان ده في حاجة غلط بيقولها. ممكن يكون هو مش عارف هو بيقول إيه الغلط بالظبط، بس حاسس إن ده كلام غريب إنه ما تعودناش نسمعه. فده نجاح كبير لنقل اللاهوت. وانا بتكلم بستخدم تعبير اللاهوت لان في ناس ساعات تفتكر ان الحاجات اللاهوتيه دي الناس ملهاش دعوه، انت تقول لهم بس كلمتين كده بسيطه. ما هو اللاهوت بسيط. يعني اللاهوت ده، ما هو ايه هو اللاهوت؟ اللاهوت كلام عن الله. طب ما بكلم ناس عن الصلاه، ما بكلمهم ايه؟ ما هو ده اللاهوت ده. اللاهوت هو الحديث عن الله. فكل حاجه هي حديث عن الله. وانا بكلمه عن مين؟ لأن احنا لما نبص القديس عظيم زي القديس أثناسيوس الرسولي، حامل إيمان وبطل الإيمان، ما كانش لوحده. هو كان عنده شعب واعي فاهم يعني إيه الفرق بين واحد مع الآب ومشابه للآب. لما عندوش الشعب الواعي ده كانوا هيقولوا له أنت مالك ضايق الأفق كده، عامل مشكلة على الكلام ده ليه؟ يعني ما عديها. زي النهارده كده ساعات واحد يقول لك ما فيش داعي انكم تقعدوا تمسكوا في كل حاجه. لكن هو كان عنده شعب واعي لاهوتيا. ودي نقطه مهمه. عشان كده كان هو مثلا بيوعظ، بيعمل مجله الكارما، القسم المسائي ده فتح المجال. وطبعا بعد كده فتحت، يعني من ضمن الحاجات الجميله في كنيستنا ان الكليه الاكليريكيه بتدرس فيها بنات سيدات، يعني رغم ان احنا لا نؤمن او لا نقبل ان المرأة تبقى في الاكليروس، يعني ما تبقاش لا قسيس ولا تبقى اسقف ولا تبقى حتى دياكون، يعني فول ديكون يعني. فحاجتين متناقضتين. طب ازاي انت سامح؟ يا زي ما تقول لك فاتحين كلية طب ونسمح للبنات تدرس طب بس يبقوش طبيبات. احنا عاملين كده، عاملين الأمريكية. ليه الكنيسة عملت كده؟ لأنها تؤمن بالتعليم الشعبي، وتؤمن أن رسالة الإكليريكية أيضا أن تعلم الشعب. والمرأة أساسي من الشعب، جزء أساسي من الشعب، ومعرفتها اللاهوتية العميقة هو أيضا مهم جدا لحفظ الإيمان، لأن هي الأم وهي الخادمة. يعني أغلبية الخادمات النهاردة في مدارس الأحد مين؟ خادمات مش خدام، ولسه هتزيد. يعني احنا داخلين على عصر، يعني عصر كويس. فلازم نهتم. يعني don't underestimate the power of woman. يعني ايه؟ يعني لازم تدرك ان المرأة مؤثرة. عجبك الكلام ده ولا ما عجبكش؟ لكن هي دي الحقيقة. طبعا انتوا عايشين في خلفية طالبان دلوقتي. بس دول ناس ماشيين عكس التاريخ. يعني دول ماشيين عكس التاريخ، عشان كده هيطلعوا بره التاريخ وبره الجغرافيا ان شاء الله. طيب، النقطة الخامسة هو الربط ما بين التعليم وقداسة الحياة. يعني دايما في فكر الكنيسة وفكر آبائها انه اللاهوتي الحقيقي هو ايضا القديس الذي يحيا حياة مقدسة. وده كلام قاله القديس غرغوريوس اللاهوتي، وده عاشه القديس حبيب جرجس، انه راجل كان بيقدم لنا نموذج في التقوى. كنت اسمع انا اول معرفتي عن القديس حبيب جرجس كان من القصص اللي كنت اسمعها من المتنيح البابا شنودة. كان دايما يحكي لنا عليه، ودايما يحكي على دماسة اخلاقه ورقته وزي ان هو كان يحكي ان احنا كنا نروح له. طبعا شباب يروحوا يقعدوا عنده، مش بس يتعلموا يعني لاهوت، لكن ياخدوا من الروح الجميلة بتاعته. فكان إنسان قديس بالحقيقة يعني. وده شيء مهم، عشان كده احنا بنهتم بالجانب الروحي. وده يقول لكم ليه احنا لما بيجي حد مثلا يترسب بنطلب ريكومنديشن من الكنيسة. واحد كان بيكلمني بيقول لي يعني ايه تطلبه واحد يعني هيترسم مثلا بسلطس ولا غنوطس ولا وات ايفر. فحد قال له، بيسأل ايه الشروط؟ فقال الشروط انه من ضمنها انه يكون حياته روحيه. هو زعل جدا من الكلام ده. قالوا مين يعرف الحياه الروحيه للانسان؟ طبعا هو محدش يعرف يخش في الحياه الروحيه، لكن المهم ما سمعته، ما حياته. عشان كده بنطلب يكون في توصيه من الكاهن الكنيسه، لان الكاهن الكنيسه يعرفه. مش بتكلم على الرسامات الكهنوتيه، انا بتكلم على رسامات على في كل رتب. وايضا الخدام، يعني الخادم اللي بيخدم في الكنيسه لازم يبقى نموذج حلو كويس. ما ينفعش يبقى مثلا واحد شاب او شابه مثلا لها سلوكات معينه او طريقه معينه في اللبس او علاقات معينه، وبعدين يجي يلاقوها بيخدموا في مدارس الاحد. فايه النموذج اللي بتديه؟ فالامر ده مهم قوي، وده يعني بنهتم بيه، وده نموذج ليه يقدمه حبيب جرجس. الجزء السادس هو انه بيدينا مثل للبتوليه الخادمه. يعني القديس حبيب جرجس كان عايش بتول، وكان مكرس كل حياته، لكن ما دخلش في نظام رهباني او نظام تكريسي معين. لكن هو بيدينا نموذج ان ممكن البتوليه بتدي طاقات للانسان ممكن تساعده في الخدمه. وده يعني خلانا فكرنا في كيف يكون هناك نظام بالنسبه للبتوليه الخادمه. وايضا رتبه الارشدياكون. رتبه الارشدياكون صحيح يعني ما كانش بيبقى فيه التزام باللبس دائما، لكن كونه ارشدياكون بيدينا فكره عن اهميه هذه الرتبه. وده يقودنا الى شيء احنا بنطبقه دلوقتي في الابرشيه، وهتسمعوا طبعا اكيد سمعتوا عنه، بس لما يجي يتطبق كمان احب انكم تفهموه احنا بنعمل ايه. رتبه الشمامسه للاسف مع الوقت بقى كله بيتسمى شمامسه، يعني واحد اسمه بسلطس، اغنسطس، دياكون، كله اسمه شمامسه. ولما جينا نرسم دياكون بصحيح بقى، مش يعني دياكون جابانيز مش تشاينيز يعني، فبقينا نقول ايه شماس كامل او فول ديكون، يعني هو في هاف ديكون وفي فول ديكون. لكن هنقول ايه طيب؟ لان تعبير الدياكون بيقول اسمهم شمامسه، يقول لك فلان ايه ده، فلان اترسم شماس النهارده. هو ما اترسمش شماس، هو اترسم ابسلطس او اغنسطس. وبقت الرتب دي الناس افتكرتها ترقيات، يقول لك فلان ابسلطس فخلاص اترقى باغنسطس. انا قعدت مده طويله هنا في الابوشيه ما برسمش غير بسلطس او دياكون لما يترسم قسيس، او لو كانوا يعني دياكون متفرد، لا برسم اغنسطس ولا برسم بدياكون. لدرجه ان مره كنت في كنيسه برسم مجموعه ابسلطس، فكان راجل كبير واطفال، فجه زعلان جدا ان هو ازاي بيترسم زيه زي العيال دي. قلت له يمكن ربنا يعني بيدي درس في الاتضاع. المسيح قال لا تحتقوا هؤلاء الصغار. المهم لكن الفكره ايه؟ ان الفكره ان الكبير لازم يبقى له حاجه كبيره. عشان كده بقول انه الاغنسطس ليس ترقيه للابسلطس. فلذلك احنا دلوقتي بنعيد تنظيم رتبه الشمامسه، بحيث انه الابسلطس يبقى دوره ان هو التسبيح والترتيل، اسمه تشانتر، مرتل يعني. ودوره يبقى قاعد مع الشعب، مش قاعد هنا. يبقى كل الابسلطس كله بقى هيبقى قاعد قدام كده، لابسين كل حاجه بدون بطرشين. وفي امتحان ليهم خاص بالالحان، يعني امتحانهم بيركز على الالحان. رتبه الاغنسطس يعني قارئ، يقرا الكتب ويفسرها، وهي اول رتبه في التعليم. عشان كده هيبقى في امتحان للاغنسطس خاص بالتعليم، بمعلوماته ومعرفته، وهيكون هو بس الذي يقرأ. عشان كده لما حد يجي يسألنا طب ليه البنات ما بتطلعش تقرأ؟ لأنه مش مرسومين أغنسطس. لكن لو خلينا أي واحد يطلع يقرأ وهو مش أغنسطس، فلو جت البنت تقول ليه أنا ما بطلعش أقرأ، هنقول لها عشان مش أغنسطس. طب ما هو مش أغنسطس كمان. يبقى الإجابة عشان أنت بنت، ومش هي دي الإجابة الصحيحة. إنما الإجابة الصحيحة هو الذي لا يقرأ إلا الأغنسطس. طبعا الإنجيل بيقرأه الدياكون أو الكاهن. فإذا إحنا عشان كان بيمتحن امتحانات تتعلق وأيضا بطريقة القراءة، لما ساعات واحد يطلع يقرأ طبعا بيقرأ غلط أحيانا، أو محدش سامع حاجة، يعني زي ما قال القديس بولس الرسول في التكلم بألسنة انه بيكلم نفسه. هو محدش سامع حاجه ولا حدش فاهم حاجه هو بيقول ايه، بس بيخلص بيقول. وبالذات بقى احنا لما بنجيب اطفال صغيرين ويجي مثلا الطفل ده يطلع يقرا، كلنا مبسوطين، وبعدين مثلا يخش جوه يخدم. المفروض خدمه المسبح بقى تكون للدياكون والارش دياكون، لكن لان احنا ما عندناش هذا العدد فهندي استثناء للابيدياكون لو مساعد الشماس، ده هيبقى استثناء. فبالتالي هتكون دي الخدمه اللي جوه. طبعا الابسلطس ما بيلبسش بطرشيل، الاغنسطس وبالدياكون بيلبسوا البطرشيل وشكل صليب، وبعد كده الدياكون بيبقى البطرشيل على كتفه الشمال. اللي بيقعد هنا اللي هم هيقروا يبقى الاغنسطس وفما فوق يعني. فده بالنسبه لتنظيم الشمامسه. احنا مدين فرصه سنه ومديناها سنه عشان يدرسوا ويتعلموا كل حاجه، وبعد كده هتبقى قرار ينفذ حرفيا في الكنائس. آخر نقطة هو الإصلاح الكنسي. في كل جيل دايما الناس بتنادي بالإصلاح، دايما كده، عاوزين ريفورميشن، مش عارف ايه. ايام القديس حبيب جرجس كان الموضوع الاصلاح الكنسي ده، الريفورميشن ده، كان يعني صوته عالي قوي، وجمعيات ومطالعات، حتى في جمعيه الاصلاح، يعني عاملين جمعيه سميناها الاصلاح. فيعني عايز اقول كان كلام كتير وناس كتيرة، كل واحد كان ياخد اللي طالع يهاجم المطارنة، واللي يهاجم الكهنة، واللي يهاجم الأديرة والأوقاف، وطبعا البطرك طبعا دايما بياخد نصيبه من الهجوم في كل جيل من الأجيال. إنما حبيب جرجس اختار طريق آخر للإصلاح، امتاز بأمرين مهمين قوي. أول حاجة إصلاح الكنيسة أو أي شيء يحتاج يكون من داخل الكنيسة، من داخل الكنيسة مش من بره الكنيسة. عايز يكون ليك دور، خش جوه الكنيسة، اخدم فيها، اعمل من جواها. لكن تطلع بره الكنيسة وتهاجم الكنيسة، هذا لا يؤدي إلى شيء. وكل الناس اللي مشيت في السكة مهاجمة الكنيسة ومهاجمة الأسقفة انتهت بلا شيء. في فرق بين ان انا جوه الكنيسة بقول رأيي واقول ان انا المحتاج ده يحتاج لتعديل. احنا ما بنقولش ان الخدمة بتاعتنا يعني كاملة ومش من حق الشعب ان هو يعترض على شيء او يقول رأيه، بالعكس احنا نحب الشعب يقول ويسأل ويقول لنا ايه الحاجات اللي ناقصة، ويقول لنا ايه الخطأ اللي احنا بنعمله عشان نصلحه، بس كعيلة واحدة، ناس جوه الكنيسة. لكن عشان خاطر تطلع بره تعمل نفسك بطل وتقعد تكتب وتهاجم، لن تصل إلى شيء، لن تصل إلى شيء. كل الناس اللي مشيت في السكة دي انتهوا إلى لا شيء، بالإضافة إلى هلاكهم. لأن طبعا اللي بيلجأ للحاجات دي بيقول حاجات أغلبيتها غلط، بيستخدم أسلوب مش كويس، فما بيستفدش لا روحيا، وبينتهي بهلاك نفسه. إنما الحبيب جرجس طب ما كان في حاجات كتيرة يعني مظلمة جوه الكنيسة، لكن ما طلعش بره الكنيسة، اشتغل جوه الكنيسة. حتى في الأوقات اللي بعد كده، اللي هو ما تسمعوا يمكن بعد فترة البابا كرولوس الخامس كانت الأمور اتغيرت بالنسبة له. يمكن أيام البابا كرولوس كانت الأمور أهدى يعني بالنسبة له، على أساس البابا يعني. بعد كده بقى المجلس الملي وبعض الناس كانت بتهاجمه، لكن هو لم يخرج عن الكنيسة، ولم يكتب مقال يهاجم في الكنيسة، إنما يوضح الأمور. الحاجة الثانية الإصلاح بالعمل الإيجابي. يعني هو لقي فيه مشكلة، ناس قعدت تهاجم، طب وليه الكهنة مش متعلمين، وليه الأسقفة مش عارف إيه، وليه الناس جهلة، وليه إيه؟ هو قال طيب قول زي ما أنت عايز. زي واحد قدامه واحد ميت وقعد يندب عليه، الندب ده هيقومه؟ مش هيقومه. هتنفس شوية عن نفسك، لكن هو الميت خلاص مات. لكن هو ما عملش طريقة الندب دي. يعني في ناس تحب تندب، يعني تقول لك مثلا الحق الإيمان راح، الحق مش عارف جاي، الحق احنا في آخر. طب وبعدين ايه النتيجة؟ ولا حاجة، ندب. إنما هو ما عادش يندب، هو قعد يعمل عمل إيجابي. ابتدى، طب ما هو الطفل ده لما أنا هعلمه، طب ما هو ده بكرة ده اللي هيبقى القسيس، وبكرة هيبقى مدارس الأحد اللي اهتم بيها. أنا فاكر عبارة قالها البابا شنودة، قال يعني لما بيبص لجهاد حبيب جرجس وكل رواد مدارس الأحد، وإزاي كانوا بيجدوا مقاومة من جوه الكنيسة. يعني مثلا يجوا يعملوا له يطردوهم، قسيس يطردهم من الكنيسة، لأنه يقول لك لا عندنا فرح، عندنا جنازة، عندنا مش عارف ايه مدارس الأحد، شوية عيال اطلع بيهم بره. قال شوف ما جهاده أصبح الجالس على الكرسي المرقصي من مدارس الأحد. يعني طيب ما هو النهارده بقي البطرك من مدارس الأحد، الصورة اتغيرت. النهارده مفيش كنيسة ما فيهاش مدارس أحد، مفيش كاهن بيقاوم مدارس الأحد، لأن هو أصلا كان خد مدارس الأحد. فإذا الإصلاح بالعمل الإيجابي هو الإصلاح المؤثر. فأنت لما تلاقي حاجة قول أنا عملت إيه؟ أنا عملت إيه؟ يعني مثلا قول مفيش افتقاد. طيب وأنت كام واحد افتقدته؟ يقول لك بس أنا مش قسيس. وماله؟ ممكن يكون ليك دور. انت جيت الكنيسه لقيت مثلا ناس مش موجوده، تقول شوف الكهنه ما بيفتقدوش، ما حدش بيجي. طيب دي فادت في ايه؟ جابت الناس؟ ما جابتش حاجه. انت كسبت خطيه انك حكمت على ازاي الناس الاباء ما بيفتقدوش، وانت شفتهم عملت لهم. مره واحد قال لي تبقى اقول للاباء الكهنه ما بيفتقدوش. قلت طب وهو عارف يعني احنا عندنا مثلا وسط نوصل لل90 مثلا، طب جابهم ازاي يعني؟ هل كل كاهن بيبعت الاسكيديول بتاعه للاخ ده يقول له النهارده انا رحت فين وجيت منين؟ كنت انا ما عنديش الاسكيديول ده. انما كلام، هو يقول لك الكلام عليه جمرك بيقول وبس. واحنا شطار في الايه؟ في الجنراليزيشن، يعني نقول كل الكهنه. فانا قلت له طيب ما انت واحد مثلا انت جيت الكنيسه لقيت فعلا الناس ما جاتش، تعرف منهم 2 3 كويس قوي، روح البيت اديله تليفون قول لي يا فلان الله ما شفتكش النهارده في الكنيسه. اول حاجه ممكن يكون عيان مثلا، فانت عارف تقول لابونا ده انا فلان عيان، ابونا يسال عليه. ممكن يكون مكسل، انت نبهته. ممكن ينبسط ان حد سال عليه. فالاصلاح من خلال العمل الايجابي. ربنا يعطينا دايما ان احنا نتعلم من هذه الدروس وتكون دايما امام اعيننا، لكي ما بركه هذا القديس العظيم تساعدنا جميعا في خدمتنا، ولإلهنا المجد الدائم الى الابد امين.
Sayyidina, there's a question. Someone asked, what quote by Saint Habib Girgis is one that has a special place in your eminence heart?
كوت هو في الحقيقة أنا ذكرت حاجات كتيرة من حياة حبيب جرجس، لكن يمكن أكتر من الكوت اللي هو الرسالة بتاعته. وأنا يمكن أكتر حاجة يعني هو ارتباطه بالكنيسة، يعني ارتباطه الشديد بالكنيسة وصبرته أن رغم كل اللي بيشوفه أن هو يبقى جوه الكنيسة ولا يفقد أمله ولا رجاءه في الكنيسة، رغم أنه انتقل من فترة يعني إلى فترة. طبعا يعني رسالته بالنسبة للإكليريكية اللي أنا ذكرت أنه لماذا كل المدارس يكون ليها، ودي كان صدى زي ما كان سيدنا بيورينا لبطرس غالي رئيس الوزراء، انه ممكن يغلقوا كل المدارس ويتعوضها الا الإكليريكية. فهو كان برضه هو ايكو هذا الكلام في اهتمامه بالإكليريكية.
If anyone has questions, there is a QR code at the end of the polls. You can ask questions, or if you would like to ask questions, we can also give you. Thank you, Your Eminence, for blessing us and for these words. We invite the choir of St. Mark to chant to us songs written by Habib Girgis and a poem. But before, we have Father Ruiz will give us an idea of the service and the ministry of the choir.
بركة كبيرة لكورال كنيسة القديس العظيم مريم مرقس ان احنا نكون موجودين النهارده واحنا بنحتفل ب70 سنة على نياحة قديس عظيم قديس حبيب جرجس. بشكر سيدنا نيافة الأنبا سرابيون كل الآباء الأساقفة خصوصا أنبا سوريال على دعوة الكواير نكون موجودين معاكم النهارده ناخد بركة اليوم. الكواير بإذن ربنا هيعرض 4 ترانيم. أول 3 ترانيم مكتوبين القديس حبيب جرجس هو اللي كاتبهم. ودي كانت فكرة القديس حبيب جرجس إنه عمل 4 كتب للترانيم لأولاد مدارس الأحد إن هو يعلمهم الإيمان عن طريق الترانيم ديت. الجميل في الترانيم دي إن القديس حبيب جرجس استخدم الموسيقى القبطية اللي موجودة في الكنيسة. في الوقت ده كانت في موسيقى غربية كتير موجودة، كان ممكن علشان يساير العالم حواليه يقول ممكن عشان نجذب الناس فنستخدم الموسيقى اللي كل الناس بتستخدمها، لكن القديس حابب يرز كان ليه فلسفة مختلفة، إن هو استخدم نفس موسيقى ألحان الكنيسة علشان يربط الولاد في مدارس الأحد بطقسهم وبألحانهم وألحان كنيستهم والتراث القبطي الكبير اللي موجود في الكنيسة. الترنيمة الرابعة هي قصيدة كتبها قداسة البابا شنودة الثالث ربنا ينيح روحه في رثاء القديس حبيب جرجس. فبإذن ربنا ناخد بركة اليوم وتستمتعوا بأداء الكوير والترانيم. اذكروا نفس صلواتكم.
العذراء نالت في السماء أسمى مقام، عن يمين العرش قامت تشفع مدى الدوام. بنت داود ابتسمت وتعالت في السماء، وبأمجاد دلالت واكتست أبهى الثالث. فإله الخلق طرا حل في هذا المقام، وافتزك الطفل درا من ثدي فخر الآلام. فبهاها وسناها ما له دوما غروب، مجد دوما علاها ولتطوبها الشوق. مجدها فوق الكواكب قد علت أعلى النجوم، رمدت كل المراتب دون مأواها العظيم. ويحسن من راجها شاكيا ظلم الزمان، من يخد عند دعاها بحمى هذه الآلام. يا إله المجد أنت معدن الكنز الثمين، ملجأ للناس صرت مؤيلا للائذين. يا بتول أم ربي اشفعي عند الحبيب، اطبعي في عمق قلبي رسم آلام الصليب. أنت يا أم الرجاء استجيبي للسؤال، منك يا باب السماء نرتجي حسن المآل. من قيود الإثم فكت آدم العبد الأسير، وبها حواء تزكت وانتفى الحزن المرير. صلب روح مثلتها يوم طوفان الغضب، كم نفوس نشلتها من ملمات العطاء. لا تملي من دعائي يا شفيعنا الأمين، أبسطي أيدي السخاء وأريح المتعبين. مجدك دوما عشنا بالحب على صدرك نحن وأبا أنت ونحن كلنا عشنا بالحب على صدرك نحن.
We thank the choir of St. Mark for the beautiful performance. They can come and take a small gift from His Eminence. Abuna Ruiz. You think you will have a break, but not yet. So now we invite Deacon Severus to speak to us about St. Habib Girgis in an age of reform. Very briefly, Deacon Severus is a professor of history at the California State Fullerton and faculty professor at St. Athanasius and St. Cyril Theological School in the Diocese of Los Angeles. He earned an MA degree in history from UCLA and a BA in history from Cal State Polytech University, Pomona. Thank you. He also earned his PhD in history from the University of California, Los Angeles. Deacon Severus has authored several books, including The Legacy of Demetrius of Alexandria from 189 to 231, and he authored From Byzantine to Islamic Egypt and the Holy Workshop of Virtue, The Life of John the Little by Zacharias of Secha, among many other articles and publications. He has research interest in late antiquity, early Islam, and Coptic studies and history, and we are pleased to have Deacon Severus with us today to speak about St. Habib Girgis in an age of reform. Please welcome Deacon Severus.
Afternoon, Your Eminence, Your Graces. Starting to get the idea that I'm nothing without my PowerPoint, so hopefully this will starting soon. Oh, there we go. Excellent, excellent. So I'd like to thank His Eminence and His Grace and all of you for your invitation to speak with you this afternoon. It is absolutely my pleasure, and unfortunately, as You heard Abuna. I kind of got you captive. You don't have your break till after my talk. And fortunately, you had His Eminence, wonderful talk, and you'll have a talk by His Grace in a little while. Kind of in the middle, but I'm also kind of the one who's tasked with something a little bit more difficult. And that we're discussing Archdeacon St. Habib Girgis during an age of reform. This is not just simply an age of expansion, it's not an age of growth, it's an age of reform. Because of this, just the content of the topic, some parts of this are a little PG-13. They're not intended for younger audiences. Parental guidance suggested. Because we're dealing with reform, and reform takes it for granted that something needed to be reformed. Something was wrong that had to be corrected. Presentation has a mind completely different than mine. Your phone more useful than the computer. The difficulty of the task before us. Speaking about an age of reform and really covering about 170 years in normal circumstances is difficult. In this case, it's particularly difficult because we simply have a lot of gaps in our knowledge. A lot of things that we think we know, even basic things. In some cases, we really don't. Case in point, kind of these unanswered questions. Is the great press of Cyril IV, the father of reform, the great reformer. We hear much about this press. It made it into the Synaxar. We are all familiar with the story of how he wanted to personally go and dance in front of it as David had danced in front of the Ark of the Covenant. We have no idea where this press is at. We have no idea what was ever printed on this press. The earliest thing we can find printed within the Coptic Church is 1871, a good 12 years afterwards. Where is it? What did we do with it? Did we get it, celebrate it, put it behind lock and key, and that was it? And this is just a brief example out of one thing after another after another. In 1906, we're told that we have 100 Coptic schools operating. What are they? What was the curriculum? Who taught there? How were they financed? We're lacking details. We're lacking a lot of details in a period of history where across the globe, this is the most studied period of history because we have the documentation. Our problem is access, and this is a communal problem. For some reason, we think that it's a good idea as a community that whenever we have materials, we don't allow access. Whenever we gather material, we don't allow access. The rest of the world, and I'm afraid we're kind of falling behind here, we randomly pick a university, a major university library, Cambridge, Oxford, any of the UCs, you name it. You'll see them very proudly presenting their digitized resources. They're digitizing everything and they're putting it out there for free. Just study. Here's everything. Just study. And unfortunately, and I don't know what the mechanism is for our community, we need to get over this odd protective instincts that we have. We need this for manuscripts, because where there are manuscripts, again, there's no access. We need this for books. We need this for images, even tracking images online. It's a very great service that individuals around the globe and many in Egypt have taken upon themselves to put images online. Providing the image is your service. We do not need, in big, bold letters, who you are. God knows who you are. God is going to reward you. Do not deface that artifact. Do not deface that picture. And the biggest problem we have is oral interviews. We don't have any. The whole generation of the Sunday school movement, many of them have passed on. Those are still alive. We don't have oral interviews for them. And I understand that this is sensitive because individuals don't like to talk about themselves, so on and so forth, but give the interview. We won't release it till you're dead. You pass away for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. But we need documentation because we are the ones who are losing. Our community is the one that is losing. We are losing our history, and we are losing being relevant in the larger conversation about the history of Egypt, the history of the Middle East, the history of nationalism, education, you name it. Google how much research is there on evangelical missions in Egypt versus the church in Egypt in the 19th century. You'll be dumbfounded. Why? Because those missions archive their material and they make it accessible. The difficulty of the task. Another difficulty is that we really underestimate the period that we're living in. We all live in the shadow of the Sunday school movement. And we all really live in the shadow of the great accomplishments of our popes, Cyril VI and Shenouda III. The church pre-1960 and post-1960 is very, very different. Part of the difficulty can be appreciated, and unfortunately that image is not coming out as well as on my screen. But there you have two images of two Coptic priests. One 19th century, the other one, it's not showing there, but it's 1918, so this is early 20th century. If you notice, they're not dressed alike. If you notice, they're not dressed anything like any of the priests today. This is just 120, 140 years ago. Standardization, in general, is an obsession of modernity, and it has its attributes, but it also has its vices. But one of the difficulties is kind of wrapping our minds around the fact that even though this is just 50 years ago, 60 years ago, and at the farthest, 150 years ago, that this was a very different world than what we are used to. There are several backgrounds. One of them is a tug of war between the laity and the clergy. This has been ongoing for a while. In many cases, it's very amicable. My choice of tug of war here is more reflective of the early 20th century. Most of our history, it's very symbiotic. They take care of each other, they look out for each other. In the 18th century, laymen have a position in the church that really, today, it's even difficult for us to wrap our minds around. Patriarchs are handpicked by the laity. The main arachna are in the altar helping with the actual ordination of the patriarch. This goes back and forth, as you see, between the early 19th century. Clergy kind of get an upper hand, laymen, so on and so forth. Another thing that we have to kind of keep in mind is that modern views and discussions of the Reform and the Sunday school movement have several problems. One of them is that they tend to kind of separate Sunday school from the Sunday school movement. The Reform movement is the Sunday school movement. It's not just about teaching 4-5 5-year-olds hymns. It is that, but there's a lot more to it. It's about that. It's about educating the servants. It's about providing literature for the servants to prepare from. It's about preparing clergy within a seminary context in order to lead these servants. And as we'll see in a little while, for St. Habib Girgis, this was all one unified picture. This was not segregated issues. The other problem, the contemporary sort of context, is that there's a lot of well-intending very dangerous assessments and summaries. They tend to really downplay the role of the laity in favor of the clergy. This is problematic on so many levels. Least of all, it's not historical. It also kind of makes it an us versus them sort of mentality, which is not the church as the body of Christ. But that also has a distorting filter, and to really kind of cure you of that, not for shock value, but history teaches in the good and the bad. You just have to listen, but it teaches either way. Can I just quickly revisit one of the more darker periods? This is only 67 years ago. There are several people with us here that were alive back then. This happened during your lifetime. This happened during your grandparents' lifetime. This is during the period of Patriarch Euseb. His Eminence earlier was talking about those that wanted to bring about reform from outside the church. This is a movement that kind of started, that's kind of one leg in, one leg out. Al-Ummah Qibtiyya, the Coptic nation. Now, at this point, there's a great deal of corruption. Pope Euseb, it's cringeworthy, but again, history teaches in the good and the bad. You just have to listen. There was a great deal of corruption. 16 of the 19 dioceses, we're told, were bought and sold through simony. Tremendous amounts of cash unaccounted for. Tremendous turmoil between the Holy Synod, between the Majlis al-Milli, which I'll come back to again, and the state. You have this figure, Ibrahim Fahmi Hilal, who forms the Coptic nation. They literally broke into the patriarchal complex. They kidnapped the patriarch at gunpoint. They forced him to sign papers of resignation, dropped him off at a monastery, and proclaimed, he is abdicated, we need to get somebody else. It doesn't succeed. But you have to appreciate just the amount of frustration that pushed that movement. 5 individuals carried out this plan. The next day, taking into account everybody that helped, everybody that had a role, over 40 young Coptic men are arrested. This was out of sheer frustration. We're often really it's a legitimate concern, but misplaced conservatism is equally bad. Misplaced conservatism, equally damaging. This is a very low point in our history, where the laity and the clergy simply were not seeing eye to eye. And if you know the rest of the story, shortly after this, the Synod and the Prime Minister of Egypt, all of them basically asked the Patriarch to resign, and finally he resigned. For those living through this period, Sundays, they viewed the reform of the church solidly in the hands of the Sunday school reformers, and I'll come back to that again in a minute. But they've seen it as an overwhelmingly lay movement. This is a lay uprising within the church that becomes clerical, that once, as we'll see towards the end of my talk today, as these members now, laity, working their whole life, join the monasteries, join churches as clergy, they themselves inspire a new generation. But the clergy of the Sunday school movement came because of the movement. They were not the cause of the movement. Again, I'm sorry, on my screen, this is very clear. On this screen, it's not. I'm going to quickly just hit on some background information that's important to be able to kind of synthesize this whole age of conversion, again, of reform, again, from roughly the mid-19th century to the mid-20th century. And then 4 quick points of change. These are 4 major points of transition. First of all, again, another slightly squirmy question. It's an age of reform, but what was reformed? Basically everything you can think of. Education, mannerisms, spiritual level, all of it was thought to be kind of tethered to the lack of education within the church. A lot of material against just old-fashioned ideas. And this is, for some reason, we whisper about these things as if they only happened in our church. This is normal within all of humanity. Look at any place, at any church. Up to the modern era, people resorted to magical thinking, not theological thinking. And for part of our history, oftentimes priests dabbled in these things, and if you really wanted a good spell, you went to a monk. Not just our church, all churches, pre-modern context. There, I've let the cat out of the bag. Maybe now we'll have access to manuscripts and books that have things that are supposedly disastrous. The awakening, the nahda of the church during this period. What are they reforming? Well, one thing was just massive mismanagement of funds. I'll come back to this again. There is tremendous mismanagement. And again, this is one of those things that gets colored over later on, especially with the Meglis Milli. I'll come back to them again because they tend to really not get their due justice. They tend to be presented as a bunch of laymen who are interfering in church things that they have no place interfering in. But when a monastery, not going to give you the details right now, but when a monastery has an income of over £1.5 million in a year, and nobody knows where that money went, and the monks are living in squalor, and there's no running water and no electricity, somebody there needs to be held accountable. The reform is trying to get a hold of the finances of the church. An aspect that we still struggle with today is this notion of nahda, the awakening. You're going to awake, the church is going to be awake, which is necessary, which is tremendous. But awaken to which period? Which period now are you going to go look back to as when you went back to sleep? You want to revive the 4th century, the 8th, the 12th, 16th? Where do you draw them? This is the legacy of the reform period that we are still struggling with, that we still have not really resolved or found a good answer for. Because when you focus and see how things are done, we're kind of all over the place. Relying on the 4th century, the next thing we're relying on the 12th, and no real mechanism as to why the 12th or why the 4th. Now, the 4th century may seem attractive. 4th and 5th century, this is the golden age, this is where we need to go back to, great. But then you also have the risk, run the risk, and the actual experience of focusing on things that haven't been of relevance for the past 1,600 years. There are no easy answers here. But part of the dilemma that we have now is trying to intellectually grapple with this notion of the awakening. We're awakening, but what is the period now that we're going to focus on? And what is the criteria? If we are going to choose something from the 4th and another from the 12th, what is the criteria we're using other than randomness or the ever Egyptian mezeg? The story of the reform of our church, that's the last bullet you have there, is a story of triumph. It is a story of perseverance. It is a story of great, great achievements. But at the same time, in order to really understand it, to learn from it, not to pay it lip service, but to learn from it. You also must know that there's also a lot of missteps. There's a lot of miscalculations. There's a lot of cases where we took steps back. Our reform, our progress was not at all linear. Again, I'm hoping some of these screens are better than others. Just as a background, the big picture, what is going on, because reform in the church and change in the church is tied to the world. This is not something that is happening kind of in isolation or in a vacuum in relationship to the rest of the world. Several things begin here. A lot of it, traditionally, kind of begins with the early 19th century. Any textbook you read kind of pinpoints the reign of Muhammad Ali. Some go a little bit earlier to the French occupation as the beginning of quote-unquote modern Egypt. And in many ways, that is correct. When the Muhammad Ali dynasty came in 1805, they changed a tremendous amount in Egypt with regards to structures, with regards to culture, so on and so forth. But for the Copts, there wasn't a great deal of difference in kind of their social positioning. That comes in the middle of the century, in the middle of the 19th century, up until 1855. We're still paying the jizya. That's not all that long ago. Two major reforms, Ottoman reforms here are important, and getting ahead of my notes here. Two major reforms are important. And those of you that are more familiar with the history of this period, I know it's a bit more complex than this, but to kind of sum it up in a couple of minutes, one of them is the 1839 beginning of a reform era within the Ottoman Empire, known as the Hati Sharif of Gulhane. This edict is fundamental because it states in there that all the subjects of the empire are going to be treated equally. This is 1839. From the very first moment that Arab Muslim armies stepped foot on Egypt in 639, one of the fundamental ideas was that Muslims are superior to everybody else, including Christians and Muslims. With the Hati Sharif of Gulhane coming in, it is basically altering all of that long history from the time of the coming of the Arabs, and needless to say, a lot of conservative Muslims found this very objectionable and used it as a pretext against the Ottomans. The second was the Hati Humayun in 1856, restates this, but with the Hati Humayun we have more detail, and it adds another aspect that's very important: equal access to government positions and equal legal footing. Up until this point, especially when it comes to criminal issues, Christians, Muslims, and Jews are treated differently. If you are a Christian, especially in a criminal case, you cannot testify against a Muslim, period. There's an account, a sorrowful but illustrative account in the late Ottoman period where merchants get into an argument. One kills the other in plain sight of everyone. The only one who is willing to testify is the Christian, and he does not have standing in court, and hence the person who killed the other man in everybody's view, in everybody's sight, goes off walking free. This now changes everything. Perhaps not in actuality right away, but there's a theoretical basis for the equality of the Christians, equality for the Copts in Egypt. Other factors are urbanization and education. Again, we take for granted our presence in. I showed you the image earlier of the two priests, and as we noted, they don't look like each other or like our priests today. This is also a product of urbanization. In the village, If you're the village priest, you're the village priest. Everybody knows you. There's no need to dress differently. Usually they wore kind of a dark brown, dark gray cassock. Some cases, the frageia alone, the outer garment, was the black one. You wear whatever underneath. But it wasn't really an issue of identifying the priest. Everybody knows you in the village. In the city, part of the dynamic with the urbanization is the clergy kind of having a more distinct clothing. Then education, we'll come back to that again later. Another catalyst of reform were the Protestant missions. There's a great deal of done that really did not come out of our initiative. It came out of a response. In some cases, a fear response to Protestant missionaries. Now, let me pause here for a second, because there's also this misunderstanding that if something has Protestant origins, it can't be Orthodox. Nothing is ever adopted without being adapted. It's always changed. It's always made to fit the new context. Somebody feels really strong about that. Well, electricity, your car, most of your clothing, none of that is Coptic. So you do away with all those things. Some things are just better looked at as a utilitarian sort of aspect. There's a lot of missions, and I'm not even going to mention the Catholic missions here, but two I wanted to touch on very quickly. The first is the Episcopalian, the Anglican mission in Egypt. And the Anglicans, typically throughout that period, had a very high regard for the church. They recognized that there's a lot of ignorance, they recognized that there's a lot of problems, but their instincts was not to gain converts. They didn't initially want to build churches and see how large they can get. They wanted to help the Christians of Egypt reform themselves and advance. And it's here that we actually have the first seminary. It's kind of the forgotten seminary. For a little while there, under Pope Peter VII, under using definitely Anglican staff and under Anglican leadership, John Leiter. I think it's Leiter, pronounced Leiter. We had a functional seminary. The problem is we sent them our absolute worst. They were literally illiterate. They had to teach them letters and eventually come to theological education, and they realized that these students don't really care about theological education, and the whole thing was unfortunately a failure. The second is the American Presbyterian Mission in 1854. Notice that this is the same year that Cyril IV comes into office. We'll come back to that in a minute. They come to Egypt, and they are much more aggressive. They do not really have, they're very anti-Catholic, and typically if you're very anti-Catholic, you're anti-Orthodox. You just didn't know, you don't know it yet. They begin to build churches, attract large groups of people. They have schools all over Egypt, but especially concentrations in Cairo, but especially Asyut and Minya. This is where you'll find that there's a great deal of activity taking place among Orthodox and evangelicals in the 18th century. They're building schools, orphanages, hospitals, anything to kind of spread their message. But fundamentally, they do share the idea that the Coptic Church is not in good shape, but they're not completely sure that the Copts are Christians to begin with. There's a very different dynamic that comes in with them. As we get to Cyril IV, Cyril IV is a man of reform. He is also, to some extent, a man of his age. He comes to the papacy at a time in which there is tremendous competition for Christians. Foreign missionaries are now quite aggressive in acquiring Copts to their cause. lot of background, but it's essential in order to kind of understand this unfolding of reform within our church. Now we come to the age of Patriarch Cyril IV, the father of reform. Quite remarkable in many ways. Very remarkable in many ways. Dies way too young. He's about 46 or 47. Who knows what the church would have become had he lived longer. In those 7 years, about roughly a year and a half in Ethiopia, part of it under arrest, long story that doesn't really have to deal with reform per se, but so out of that 7-year period, about roughly 18 months or so, he's not in Egypt, he's not actually foreseeing this. So what he accomplishes in the amount of time he has is quite tremendous. Now he opens up, of course, the first patriarchal schools. Keep in mind that throughout this period, government schools are closed to Christians. Christians cannot attend the government schools that have been built all the way back at the beginning of the century by Muhammad Ali. That doesn't happen till, I think I put it up there for you, 1867. Yes, 1867. 5 schools, 3 for boys, 2 for girls. Now, these are not, and sometimes people make the mistake and kind of view them almost like seminaries. They are not seminaries. These are just literally, as the word said, these are Coptic schools. The same way that some of you might be sending your kids today to Catholic schools, these are Coptic schools. The mission is not to prepare clergy. The mission is to prepare you for service within the empire. If anything, to what extent was religion taught, that is still a little bit of a unclear issue. They definitely taught Coptic. This is the period in which Coptic language is being revived, but beyond that, what was actually being taught as far as Christian education at this point in these schools, that is not clear. He opens up 2 for girls. Now, here, this is one of those misconceptions. Pope Cyril IV opened up the first Egyptian-sponsored school for girls. There were already other missionaries, Catholic, definitely one Catholic, I believe, but definitely the Anglican mission had a girls' school about 20 years earlier. But this is the first sponsored by Egyptians in Egypt. For the clergy, he had Saturday night meetings. They weren't all that big on Ashaya at that point. But he would gather the clergy of Cairo and basically try to teach them. This was how he tried to deal with this lack of education within the church. He did extremely forward-thinking act in providing salaries. He tried to provide salaries for the clergy. Unfortunately, his successor, Demetrius II, canceled them. But just think about how far-sighted that was. In Egypt, you don't really have that till roughly the 1970s, give or take. In some cases, you had some bishops experiment with it earlier, but on a wide scale. This is the period in which you have the shift in Coptic pronunciation, which still kind of haunts us a little bit till today. Basically, the old pronunciation was changed in favor of, or in guidelines, more familiar to modern Greek pronunciation. And that's all I'm going to say about that point. I know it's controversial, but that is what happened at this point. This is also a period in which certain Greek hymns started coming to the church, and that continued from this period all the way down into the Patriarchate of Cyril V in the late 19th century and the early 1900s and the early 20th century, that we have clear evidence that Greek hymns are being introduced. They're not always clear as to which hymns, but we have clear evidence that that is taking place. He forms an Awqaf Council. The Awqaf Council is the council seeing the religious endowments, and I'll come back to this again in a little bit, but as I mentioned, part of the problem was financial. How do you deal with church finances? Not only keeping the lights on, but now paying for these schools, paying for the seminary, having the clergy. And if these things are not kept up with, and yet the income is ridiculously high, where is that difference? Where is that money going to? Clearly, this is a problem that he recognized because but it's clearly a problem early at this point, and the council that he puts together, unfortunately, does not. They passed him, and of course, the 1859 missing press that I mentioned earlier. This is the first of change. Now, keep in mind again the dates. He's mid-19th century. This is the period in which not only are Copts kind of getting new rights as subjects of the empire still, it's still a little early to speak about citizens in our modern understanding. But it's also the period in which Protestant missionaries are becoming much more active and much more aggressive in their attempts. What follows him is a long story that we don't have time for, but basically many of his reforms were not kept up. New schools were opened that we know, but something like I mentioned, this providing salaries for clergy, that disappeared right after him by Demetrius II. And some of these things, we just have to take as historical fact. It's hard to know what was his motivation behind canceling those salaries. The second major sort of push for comes from the Majlis al-Milli. The Majlis al-Milli needs a couple of generations of people just to study it more clearly, more succinctly. Unfortunately, the common perception now that you find in books, you find online, is this notion that they're just a bunch of uppity laymen, rich Copts who want to make the church kind of go their way or the highway. There was a real need for this Majlis. First of all, you got to keep in mind that most clergy, again, borderline illiterate. There is a great deal that needs to be done. These aristocratic Copts, and this is really kind of an elite movement in some ways. They have the best of schooling, they have traveled, they see what the world can be like in Egypt. They see what the situation can be like for their fellow Copts, but they come back and they look at the clergy. Clergy are completely uneducated, and there's tremendous funds that should be going to schools, that should be going to salaries, that should be going to printing, that are simply disappearing. It's a body of leaders. It itself kind of had a dual as well. Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm not holding it close enough for what's happening. We have one assessment, just going to throw a statistic at you. In 1906, just the amount of land alone that is the Awqaf land are about 15,000 acres. That's in addition to what people bring in, that's in addition to tithing, that's in addition to nudud, addition to everything else. There are 15,000 acres that are being cultivated and providing income. And yet, when you go, the monasteries are bankrupt. Well, how can that be? Part of the problem here, it's not that you have uppity laymen coming in where they shouldn't meddle, it's because there were real problems. And if nothing else, it's these uppity laymen that basically gave us our first printed books in the church. We don't really have time to get into the details, but again, the books of 1871, that was a committee that was led by members that would become part of the Majlis al-Milli. What did they do? Well, they oversee the patriarchal elections, they oversee the guidelines. In theory, clergy and laity should be cooperating. Unfortunately, in the history of the Majlis al-Milli, that did happen, but that was definitely the exception, not the rule. They oversaw the personal status issues, and I'm going to pause here for a minute because, again, this is one of those issues that doesn't go away whenever you mention the Majlis al-Milli. Personal status is marriage, divorce, inheritance, so on and so forth. That was handled internally by the church, and the Majlis dealt with these issues. People ask, well, why are they meddling with marriage and divorce? What do laymen have to deal with that? Well, there's also the issue of alimony. This is a more legal, technical issue, and many of the people on the Majlis al-Milli were lawyers. The other is that, again, back to a lot of, this is not one of our best chapters as a church. We have clear incidences of bishops and priests marrying people that they shouldn't, and divorcing people that they shouldn't, and marrying people who are not yet divorced. So that brings in the need for cooperation. And it's really problematic, again, if you have this mentality of us versus them, that there is the clergy versus the laity as opposed to the clergy and the laity. The other issue, of course, is 1938, where they provide kind of the guidelines for divorce, and this is one of those technical issues, but they provide 9 reasons for divorce, and the church objects and says, no, there's only 1, 2 reasons, adultery and apostasy in some cases. This, again, has to be understood within context. This is not a bunch of laymen interfering where they shouldn't. Those 9 reasons, they go all the way back to Byzantine law. Rather than scapegoating, we need to look at our history, and then if we are going to assign blame, and we shouldn't, because that is. But if we are going to assign blame, then you have to blame every cleric, patriarch, bishop, everyone who abided by these laws for the previous 1,500 years. Context. Context is important. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm saying that the clergy were the bad ones and the members of the Majlis al-Milli were saints. They weren't. They too had their problems. They too had their shortcomings. They too are human. But the current and current here, decades-long beatdown of the Majlis al-Milli as laymen who are simply interfering in church matters completely fails to understand the historical situation or what these individuals were trying to do, and not really realizing that on the clergy side and on the lay side, humans, not angels. But from their time of inception through the Egyptian Revolution, who are serving, in most cases, without any salary for nothing. This is a big headache for them. But they are doing it for the love of the church. They want to further the aims of the church. They want to see an educated clergy. They want to see that when a monastery owns so many acres of land, that money is going to the monastery. And it's not just disappearing in the ether. That it is used for teaching, for orphanages, for the purposes the whole waqf, the whole religious endowment was intended for to begin with. Now the rest of, I have a lot of dates here, and it's a long saga, but it's still a very underappreciated and not fully understood saga, again, because we don't have a great deal of access. Access to resources is trying to understand, our history. I'll come to kind of the beginning of the end in the moment of the Meglis. As this turmoil is taking place, and in many cases, I neglected to mention that the head of the council was the patriarch. So anytime they didn't like what was going on, which was many times, many cases they just went to a monastery when they were going to meet. They literally locked them out on occasions. And in some cases, just annulled it. And you go for years without a Meglis, and then you have a new election, and it's a cycle that keeps on repeating. Not only is the Meglis Milli important, but the members of the Meglis Milli, because when they found these obstacles over and over again by the clergy, again, the clergy come in, and they're very important. But for decades, they were really on the wrong side of the issue here. The laymen formed philanthropic organizations, the Tawfiq organization being one of the more famous ones. These philanthropic organizations did what you think they would do: make sure there's clean water, hospitals, medical care, so on and so forth, but they all focused on education and printing. One of the earliest prints we have is the Tawfiq press that comes in 1895, and it's producing books for the community. In other cases, individuals did what they can. This is Moros Semaika Basha, or Pasha. Marcus Semaika has a long history. He didn't always see eye to eye with many of the other figures. And there are times in which he and Habib Girgis did not see eye to eye. And this shouldn't surprise us. Again, if history is to teach, it teaches in the good and the bad. And one of the things that history is great at is that you're dealing with humans. You have reformers. Reformers are very strong-minded. That's what makes them reformers. So sometimes, yeah, they'll have little sparks between them, whether it's Habib Girgis and Semaika Pasha, whether it's later on with members of the Meglis Milli, whether later on between then Bishop Shenouda and Bishop Urgorios. These things happen because they are all motivated to help the church, but they are very strong figures, and it's natural they have sparks between them. The founding fathers of the American Revolution had sparks between them. The members of the Egyptian Revolution had sparks between them. Those of the French Revolution, those of the Russian Revolution. Find a revolution in which the leading members did not have tensions between them, and you're focusing on a fake revolution. Real revolutions, there are sometimes some sparks. Moros Semaika Pasha did several things. As you can see there, he was a member of the Meglis Milli for a couple of decades. He was on the committee for the preservation of Arabic art, and it's at this point that he puts Coptic art under its jurisdiction as well. So now the government has to look after Coptic churches and the like. He is the head of the executive committee, which is tremendous because that means he was the head of really not only Coptic but Islamic monuments as well. He was the one that really kind of got things moving as far as budgets, as far as upkeep, so on and so forth. He has two controversial sort of things that he did that we need to touch on very quickly. One is bringing the monasteries and churches under the Antiquities Department. And this is something that we hear about again today with a great deal of dismay, and it is troubling, and it is an issue, and in many cases, the hurdles put up are not really advantageous to anybody. But the reason he did this is because this is also a period in which we were not all that cognizant of our heritage. He did this in reaction to several churches, historical churches, monumental churches, where their priest, or at least in one prominent case, the patriarch, said, hey, clean out this rubbish, bulldozer this down, and let's build something really shiny with marble. And we lose treasures that way. And hence his action. The other was kind of changing the patriarchal regulations for the election that led to John 19, that too has a context, but for the sake of time, it makes more sense when you look at what he was trying to avoid. It's problematic, but there's at least an understanding of why he did it. Now come to Habib Girgis himself. And His Eminence spoke about him, and His Grace will speak about him later, so I'm just going to touch very quickly here. What I wanted just simply to highlight here is that with St. Habib Girgis, you have a movement. This is not Sunday school. This is the Sunday school movement. When you look at the movement, taking care of educating children, of the teachers, providing curricula, providing staffing for the seminary, teaching at the seminary, all that is interrelated. All that physically occupied the same space. In many cases, this was simply out of the seminary that he is preparing the books for Sunday school, and Sunday school lessons are being revised. It has the advantage of being, again, a lay-led, an educated lay-led movement. As His Eminence mentioned earlier, Habib Girgis and the Sunday school reformers, they were often kicked out of churches. They were kicked out of whole dioceses. It wasn't until 1848, Patriarch Euseb, there is a silver lining that I didn't touch on in the previous screen, but he is the one, even though, again, with great deal of corruption, so on and so forth, but he is the one that formally kind of embraced the movement. And the reason that you have Sunday school in every single diocese and in every single church of every single diocese is because of a decree that he issued, basically stipulating that from now on, Sunday schools will be in every church. But that comes after, depending on how you do the math, conservatively 30 and really 40 or more years of Habib Girgis, undaunted, unperturbed, persevering against many, many insurmountable odds, and ultimately overcoming because of his faith and his resilience. One of the interesting things is that class, some pictures, but for the sake of time, this is how you get this with students. This is with the faculty at the seminary right around 1940. Many of them were probably the ones who were around for, again, I apologize, this is much clearer on my screen than yours. But that class of 1944, that seminary class of 1944 had, as laymen at that point, the man who would become Abuna Bulis Basili, Salib Suriad, Abuna Makedi, who would become Bishop Samuel. They were together. Bulis, did I say Bulis Basili? Yes, Bulis, thank you. These were together, all of them college educated, and we're told that Habib Girgis kind of had a special curriculum for them. These are going to be earmarked. Within this period, right at mid-century, again, you can't see the dates here, but it's 1948. The year 1948 becomes a very important year because that's the year Abuna Bulis is ordained, the first college-educated priest. You have Abuna Matta al-Miskin becoming a monk, the first college-educated monk. There were no place to go for college-educated people to go. There was a resistance. There was an institutional sort of resistance from the existing clergy, from the existing monasteries. It's nice that you have these Sunday school folk. Keep them away from us. We like doing things our way. This is why you see, but there is a disproportionate number of these early bishops coming from the Syrian monastery because that was one of the very few that kind of welcomed them. All of these individuals now, by 1959, especially, Father Makedi, Father, at that point, Shenouda and Abuna Mata Miskin are nominated for the patriarchate, and in one of just life is stranger than fiction, after they take the initial rally, and it's these individuals that are leading, they change the rules. Mid-game, you change the rules, but that's what they did. All of a sudden, the old guard said, well, we need them to be definitely over 40, and we need 15 years of monastic experience. Now, fortunately, Pope Cyril VI is the one who fit the bill and brought in, as we'll see, a tremendous age of completion to this cycle of reform. But all of these are very, very influential figures who will be, of course, followed by many others, just in the 50s and 60s, and of course, Abuna Ibrahim, who served here, was ordained in 1962, and the late Father Loa. But all of these are coming in now. The whole face of the clergy is changing. The clergy are no longer poor, the dregs of society. Increasingly, they have salaries. They are definitely educated. They are individuals that this new, educated community is interacting with. The final point of this cycle of reform comes in with Pope Cyril VI. As I mentioned, he is elected. There is tremendous shift during this period. I'm going to summarize it quickly. I know I'm starting to run out of time. Part of it is the destruction of the Meglis Emili. All of the different responsibilities it had were kind of siphoned off to some government organization or the other. The other is reforms in the post-revolution years that really sapped a lot of the wealth and immense of that traditional Arachna class that we had in the church for centuries, really. It does change a bit in the 19th century, but for centuries, we have this strata of Arachna. Much of this also is the fact that in the new situation, Pope Cyril becomes the face of the community, becomes the spokesman of the community. Again, the Meglis Emili fit that responsibility in a variety of ways, and it's that aspect that carries on with Pope Shenouda and with Pope Tewodros. You have the new cathedral being built, a new center for the church. You have what was kind of a simmering issue settled. We kind of take it for granted now, but there was a big debate. What do you do with these Copts that are immigrating? Many said, well, they immigrated. That's, they can fend for themselves. They're Catholic churches. We don't need to worry about them. There was a major debate, and some well-known figures were not in favor of actually sending anybody. But Pope Cyril made a decision and followed through with it, and that becomes basically the idea that, no, we are going to follow them, we're going to serve them, and we are going to have churches wherever our people immigrate to. And that becomes basically an unquestionable, seemingly self-evident idea, but for a while there, that was quite contentious within the movement. And of course, two of the main figures that bring this about are Father Salib Suriel and Amba Samuel. One of the fondest memories I have was, I forget what year it was. I was just starting off college. But Abuna Salib Suriel came here and was doing canon law here, and just hearing him was tremendous, was absolutely tremendous. Finally, the ordinations of 1962. In September 1962, you had initially the ordination of Bishop Athanasius of Beni Suef, first college-educated diocesan bishop. A couple of weeks later, you have the ordination of then Bishop Samuel and Bishop Shenouda, one for education, the other one for ecumenical affairs, philanthropic activities, so on and so forth. When you look at the history of the Sunday school movement, it's about education, it's about philanthropic activities, taking care of the poor, and the like. This integration now of the Sunday school movement fully into the church. Habib Girgis was alive and saw in the flesh the ordinations of 1948, the first clergy that are college educated. In the spirit, he saw those of 1962. That basically brings an end to the reform. As the era of Pope Shenouda begins, this is an era of tremendous growth. This is a period of tremendous expansion. But the blueprint is there. The blueprint, whether on the ecumenical level, whether as to how to deal with the churches abroad, whether it is the role of the patriarch in the church or vis-a-vis the government, the old issues with the Majlis al-Milli are gone. The blueprint was set by the time we get to Cyril VI. I'm just going to take one more minute of your time. That is basically the history of our reform. Excuse me, I need water. The history of our reform up till now. If thank you. That is the history up till now. The challenge is to realize that that's not over. That's not over. The church is in constant need of revision. There's a lot of things that those earlier generations did right, but a lot of things they did quickly because they didn't have time. They had to provide an answer to Catholic missionaries, to Protestant missionaries, to Lutheran missionaries. They had to provide an answer on the spot. There is a need to reevaluate much that has come. And quite frankly, there's a whole long laundry list of things that still have not been touched. If Saint Habib Girgis has taught us anything, however, it is that reform is possible. It just requires perseverance and faith. Thank you.
We have some questions.
Oh.
So, two quick questions for Deacon Severus. One of them is in the book of Habib Girgis by His Grace Bishop Suriel. It says that Pope Carlos IV funded 4 Coptic schools using an endowment of land from Ismail Basha. By endowment, does it mean selling the land and using the proceeds or using it as an income-generating assets to fund the schools?
Waqf typically are income generating. Until later land reforms, they cannot be sold. When any land that is given to a church or a synagogue or a mosque cannot be sold, you can only use the revenue.
Second question is, during the aggressive American mission in Egypt, do we know if Protestant theology or teachings crept into the Coptic Orthodox Church? Because it sounds like the state of theological education in the church at that time was not very good.
See, I managed to walk a very tight line this whole time, and now you throw this one at me. There are definite aspects that we need to look over again. By and large, the big issues. Where's Orthodox as Orthodox come? Period. End of story. But there's certain articulations of doctrine. There's certain verbiage. There's certain ideas that we need to kind of think about a little bit more critically and see whether or not how we discuss these issues today and that verbiage that we use today is the best verbiage that can be used from an Orthodox perspective or not. But this is polishing the chrome, if you will. This is not the core of our church, the core of our theology, Christology, Eucharist, so on and so forth. Those things are beyond reproach. But as a quick example, how we discuss the position of St. Peter in the church. You look at the stuff printed over the last 200 years, what they say is fundamentally at odds with everything printed before that, written before that. Much of the confusion comes from really not being careful in what is actually being discussed. We don't disagree that St. Peter is a great apostle. But whether or not that makes him the head of the apostles and that makes his successor the head of all churches, that's a whole different ballgame. But because of no time, because of lack of resources, we just kind of said, well, St. Peter is just another apostle. But that's just kind of a minor example. And certain things, we just need to be more aware of what we said and why we said it. One of the problems that we have is that we often talk about the spirit and the letter. And everybody's in favor of getting the spirit of reform, the spirit of the liturgy, the spirit of this and that. In practicality, when the rubber hits the road, what we tend to do 99 out of 100 times is go by the letter, because it's a lot easier to go by the letter than it is to go by the spirit.
Thank you so much, Deacon Severes. Now we will have our tea break. And just remind you that there are books. The books of St. Habib Girgis written by His Grace Bishop Surial are on a table for purchase downstairs with a suggested donation, and Sayyidina is willing to personally sign them for whoever wants. So we'll go on a tea break for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back for our last lecture by His Grace Bishop Surial here. Thank you so much.
No. I was watching.
كرسي هيجي في التسجيل. بعت لك التسجيل. بس ده الورق عشان هفرده في استقبت. ريدي ريدي. في حد تاني يا ابونا تحت ولا وي ستارت؟ ها؟ لا هيجوا ولا خلاص تعبوا؟ لا خليكي حضرتك، هم هيجوا دلوقتي. صح. اوكي.
Should we start saying that? Please absolve me, Sayyidina. Welcome back to our third and final lecture by His Grace Bishop Serial. I'll just give a bit of a background about Sayyidina. Bishop Serial is the bishop responsible for the Church and Society Department in the Diocese of Los Angeles and Hawaii. As a monk, His Grace was appointed by His Holiness Pope Shenouda to serve the community in Honolulu, Hawaii, the Church of St. Mark. And on June 15, 1997, he was selected and ordained by His Holiness Pope Shenouda, the third of blessed memory in the Holy Synod, as a general bishop in the Coptic Orthodox Church and given the name Bishop Serial. He served as a general bishop for 2 years, and on November 14, 1999, he was announced by His Holiness Pope Shenouda III as Bishop of Melbourne and its affiliated regions. In addition to Sayyidina's, His Grace's dedicated ministry, His Grace is devoted to religious and theological education, and in particular, Christian education. He earned a senior executive MBA from the Melbourne Business School, University of Melbourne, in October 2018, and a PhD in religious education from Fordham University in New York, and his dissertation was on Saint Habib Girgis as a Coptic educator and a light in the darkness, which is the title of his book. He served as Dean and Associate Professor of Religious Education and Youth Ministry at St. Athanasius Theological School in Melbourne, Australia. He authored many academic articles and publications in Christian and religious education. He is also the founder of Coffee with Bishop Sorial podcast that launched in July 2020, and the St. Habib Girgis Foundation, where you find more information in the envelopes next to you. We are very blessed to have His Grace with us today, and we look forward to his lecture on St. Habib Girgis and his daily challenges. Please join me to welcome His Grace Bishop Suriel.
Thank you very much, Abuna. I'm aware that it's the last lecture, and so I'm sure you are all exhausted, and so you may, I hope I don't put you to sleep. I'll try not to. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, one God, Amen. As Abuna mentioned, the title of this last talk today is Saint Habib Girgis and his daily challenges, struggles that he went through. So it's a bit more of a practical talk, nothing too deep, but really what I wanted to do with this discussion was to just give you some hints and examples. I'm probably going to talk about 7 examples quickly of some of the struggles and the challenges he went throughout his life, and also how he dealt with some of these challenges. And then a short conclusion at the end of what can we glean or what can we learn from this. Saint Habib Girgis deserves to be studied rigorously, and his work and vision scrutinized, analyzed, and understood very well. He was a man ahead of his time that deserves to be afforded his rightful place in the history of the Coptic Orthodox Church as a prominent educationalist, reformer, as we heard from Deacon Severus so eloquently, and writer. He was a writer, he was an eloquent preacher with a sonorous voice. He had a very powerful voice. When he spoke, people listened. And he was also a great poet. He was a trusted advisor of popes, the founder of the Coptic Sunday School movement, as we heard, and dean of the Coptic Orthodox Seminary in Cairo. The recent discovery at the Coptic Orthodox Patriarchate in Cairo, the recent discovery at the Coptic Orthodox Patriarchate in Cairo of thousands of archival documents pertaining to Habib Girgis has made it possible to give a fuller account of this great man's vision, achievements, and legacy. And Deacon Severus was mentioning earlier how difficult it is to get access to manuscripts and archives in Egypt. And I agree with him that all this material, we hope one day can be available for everyone, that they can go online, find the manuscript they want, can research it, study it. I don't really want to go too deeply into this, but if you knew the difficulty, even as a bishop, to get access to these archives was unbelievable. I had to, at the end, go straight to the top, to Pope Shenouda III, get access, because the person who was responsible told me, don't trouble yourself. We don't have anything here on Habib Girgis. We don't have anything here on Sunday School, on Theological College. All we have here is land titles and marriage contracts. So I wasn't going to argue with him, and I went back to Australia, but something deep inside told me, I bet you there's something here. And so when I got the permission from His Holiness, 180-degree turn. تحت أمرك يا سيدنا. تشرب إيه يا سيدنا. Anything you want, سيدنا. Why? From the beginning, this was not available, because unfortunately, this is the mindset that's there. It doesn't matter what rank or what is your position. At the end, I was told there was nothing. I ended up photographing 7,130 pages of material, documents, handwritten by Habib Girgis, budgets, Sunday school reports, theological college reports. Imagine 7,130 pages of documents that I ended up cataloging, most of it that became an appendix to my thesis. And really, I'm indebted to Deacon Severus. He is one of the great scholars in our church, and he was my mentor and also examiner for my PhD thesis at Fordham University. Yes, so I said, discovering this 7,130 pages. These documents brought the daily struggles and challenges faced by Habib Gerges to light in his own words, and are direct proof of his resilience and zeal to offer an excellent educational ministry for the Copts as much as he could with the means that he had at the time and with the resources that he had, which were not that much. It is these challenges that I wish to shed light on in this final presentation for our symposium today. Habib Gerges' life spanned a period of radical change and turmoil in the world at large. He lived from 1876 till 1951. So turmoil in the world at large, and also for Egypt and the Coptic Orthodox Church in particular. For most of Gerges's life, Egypt was under British control from 1882 till 1952, for example. He lived through the demise of the Ottoman Empire, World War I, the Great Depression, and also World War II, events that caused many financial and other hardships for Egypt and for the church, as you can imagine. Moreover, this was a period during which significant numbers of Europeans and Americans settled in Egypt, further influencing the nation with both secular and religious Western ideas. And Deacon Severus covered this period so eloquently in his presentation. I hope this afternoon to look at some of those many challenges that Saint Habib Gerges faced and see how he dealt with them, albeit not always successfully. And there is a famous quote from one of his disciples called Murad Wahba, which sums up his life that I will keep to the end. So let's begin with some of these challenges and see how he dealt with them. And some of them may surprise you or shock you of the state of the church and of education at the time and the resistances that he met. But first, let us look at something from his very early life, his early years. The first challenge after his birth was actually a series of challenges. His father, Gerges Menkerios, died when Habib Gerges was a child of 6 years old. You'll see a photo of his father in the exhibition down there. This was a challenging time in Egypt on many fronts, as we heard also from Deacon Severus, politically, poor education, Western missionaries, and the sad state of the church. So imagine a 6-year-old child growing up in such an atmosphere without a father to guide him through all of these dilemmas. Thankfully, Gerges's mother, Miriam, could see the importance of education for her young son and enrolled him in the great Coptic school in Ezbekiya near the old cathedral. The young Habib excelled in his primary and secondary studies and valued his education immensely. He took it very seriously. However, it was during these early years that his mother became paralyzed and was bedridden most of her life. I found out this information from a family living in Helwan that I visited some years ago, and actually got most of the artifacts that you see in the exhibition from that house. I imagine that he played a role in caring for his mother along with his other siblings, Kamel and Martha. His other brother, Ghali, died as a young man, and you'll see a photo of him down there, and this loss would have been another difficult scenario that Habib Gerges needed to tackle in his early years of life. So you can see that the beginning, راح فين اللي بيصور؟ هيرجع دلوقتي. So you can see it was not an easy beginning for his life. Secondly, at the beginning of the establishment of the Sunday school movement, there was resistance from a variety of avenues, mainly coming from clergy, and His Eminence and Deacon Seveers touched on this briefly. The reason being that they felt threatened by St. Habib Gerges and the Sunday school movement and the teachers that had been trained for this purpose. This feeling of unrest was due to the feeling on the part of clergy that such young men would undermine the authority of the clergy, who were predominantly uneducated, illiterate with respect to religious education and theology. It even went to the extent that the preaching of Habib Gerges himself was resisted by some churches, and they would not allow him to preach in their churches. That's how fearful they were of him. They did not understand this reform, what he was trying to do, and what this could do for the Coptic people. Gerges overcame this challenge by granting authority to the clergy to oversee the work of Sunday school in their parishes, which gave them assurance that they were in some sort of control of this important ministry in their parish. Part of this challenge was the indifference of parents, or their lack of ability to teach their children the Christian Orthodox faith. And this could have been for several reasons, such as illiteracy or apathy concerning religious matters, and perhaps they were not attending church nor partaking of Holy Communion. And Habib Gerges relates the following powerful story. He says this, and I will be saying many quotes from the man himself because I think it gives you a better understanding of what he was saying, what he was teaching, what he was going through. So he says this story. He says, a student who was 12 years of age came to Sunday school for the first time. The lesson was about prayer, and the teacher explained the sample of this prayer. And when the young boy went home at the family meeting in the evening, he brought out the Holy Bible, opened it, and surprised the family by telling them that he would read a chapter aloud, and that they would afterward pray, Our Father who art in heaven. The entire family submitted to this young boy, and in this way, the family began for the first time to practice family prayer. This deed should have been carried out by the father. But the student of Sunday school accomplished what the father neglected to do. O Father, now Habib Gerges directs his word to the father. O Father, will you reclaim your status as the priest of the family? If you do not wish to do so, or are incapable of such, then we have a humble request. We beseech you not to stand in the way of your son, but allow him to live in freedom in the bosom of his God. After the huge success of Sunday schools, in 1948, he writes this. He says, these days, we are no longer in need to write about the importance of Sunday schools to the church. Its practical effects in the lives of the children and the teachers have become manifest. Its spirit and principles have nourished homes immensely. Fathers and mothers have felt its value in the lives of their children. Parents have loved it, for it has also influenced their lives in an indirect way. Children have imparted the message of life to their parents. So parents are supposed to be the ones that are the educators of their children, and we see this reform, this transformation that's happening that the children are now coming, being educated, and now imparting this information and this message to their parents and alerting them, and hopefully that they themselves will then be inspired to learn more so that they can truly play the important role as parents that they should be. He continues, the time in which we exerted every effort to convince our fathers, the bishops and priests, of the importance of Sunday schools has passed. So they are ready now. By 1948, the movement is strong enough and it is fully on board with the whole church. Now, not only do we see them encouraging it, but requesting its expansion in all the cities and villages in their diocese. Every priest desires to have a Sunday school in his parish. This was not easy for him to achieve this and to establish all the branches, not just throughout Egypt, but also in Sudan and also in Ethiopia. But obviously his concentration was in Egypt and spread it throughout all of the dioceses and in every parish, and even down to the villages where there were no churches, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Sunday schools did not reach this stage except after the clergymen trusted in it when it proved itself to be one of the members of the church. It is, in fact, among its most important members. Being in the bosom of the church allows it to develop and thrive, and from its milk one can drink and learn. One may grasp its laws and traditions and remain firm. So this was one of the other challenges he went through in establishing the Sunday school movement. There is, if you have the book you can read, there is a whole chapter about all the work that he did in Sunday schools, and there is much more, but time does not permit. I'm just trying to give you some little snippets of the challenges. 3, another daily struggle of Gerges came early in his career when he began to think of establishing a religious journal, which he titled El Karma, or the Vine. And this was a religious, moral, and historical journal that was published from 1904 till 1931, but not in consecutive years, and I will explain why. He published 17 volumes, 17 years on a monthly basis, but couldn't continue. And this was all at his own expense. 17 volumes published, not consecutive years, and this was due mainly to financial constraints. As well as publishing contemporary theological thought, the Vine represented the first effort in centuries to revive Coptic patristic theology and to publish literary treasures from the Patriarchal Library. In his book on the history of the Theological College, 45-year history in 1938, he speaks about this going into the Patriarchal Library, because for about the first 3 or 4 years at least after the college opened in November 1893, there was no teachers of religion or theology at the college. So what would happen? The first dean, Yusuf Beckman Karyos, would come into the class. He would have a manuscript or a book, and he would get the students just to read out aloud, but this is not study of theology. And so he said that he went into this Patriarchal Library, which was rich with manuscripts and books, and he did not leave one page unturned. He would go in there, spend hours and hours every day, and began to research and began to teach himself. So the journal also served as Gerges's personal mouthpiece, through which he expressed his views on a wide variety of topics, such as the education of women. He speaks, very clearly about this topic, about patristics, about the seminary, about recent religious publications, about important church news. Once He writes a very long article when Pope Carolus V asked him to represent him to go to Sudan on a long trip. The Anglican bishop came from London for a consecration of Anglican church, speaks about his trip and then the speech that he gave there, all the celebrations. Very interesting article. So he would publish church news in his magazine. And also the Sunday school movement, just to name a few of the things that he would discuss. His position as dean of the seminary lent authority to his writings, and he invited other prominent Coptic figures to publish articles as well. And one of Habib Gerges's disciples, Fuad Basili, said, "If you can read the 17 volumes of the Vine, you will find wisdom and philosophy, deep spirituality, science and religion combined together, theology and history, legislation and law, news and comments, all written in a sober, palatable style and in strong, pious language." Habib Gerges placed much effort on a monthly basis towards this journal and could see its significance in disseminating Orthodox teaching to many and reviving many ideas in order to maintain Coptic identity and allow the community to know important news about what was happening in the church. But due to several factors, such as the outbreak of World War I, the lack of literacy on the part of many, and especially the lack of funds, he struggled to maintain the journal and keep publishing it beyond 1931. But he tried several times. In a long letter dated August 1st, 1933, and sent to the church's committee, Gerges writes on a variety of matters, including his struggle with publishing El Karma, or the Vine. This is what he says: "I do not want to mention here my efforts concerning the books that I authored, nor the suffering I went through with my magazine El Karma. It is sufficient for me to say here that I established it in 1904, and I prepared a special press for it." He bought specially a press dedicated to publishing El Karma and probably other religious books. Bought a press for it. As a result, in 1914, I found that the magazine was in debt by a total of £150. Obviously, back then, that was a lot of money, which was the cost of the paper. And it was owed a total of £1,500 by its subscribers. So people are taking his journal and they're not paying for it, and all the debts are accruing, and he doesn't know where to get the money. And he says, not even a single piaster of which could be collected from the £1,500 that was owing. As for us, we had to pay it since it was in bills, so I was forced to sell the press to settle my debt. How unfortunate. Saying what the prophet Isaiah said, I run to my God. Then, in 1919, I thought that conditions had improved and that people would appreciate the efforts of those who serve them. So I released El Karma once again. But the consequence after 10 years of labor was that I emerged with the following result. I was in debt to the press and the paper merchant by a total of £70, which until now I am still settling out of my own pocket. Additionally, the subscribers owe us £950. 2 years have passed, and we have not acquired any of it yet, not a single piaster, because the financial crisis has prevented that. I trust, however, in the Most High God that I will return a third time to work hard in bringing back El Karma when the financial condition improves. It shows you his resilience. He didn't give up easily, even in the most fiercest of storm or how difficult situation was, he tried once and twice and three, and he was able to continue publishing for a short time more until 1931. So he was always trying his best to be optimistic, even in the harshest of times, and from his words here, you can learn much about his resilience and tenacity in never wanting to give up, and this can be seen throughout his life and career. 4. Another example of Habib Gerges's frustration came after his appointment as dean of the Theological College in September of 1918. He unfortunately inherited a college that was in a dismal state concerning its progress, its curricula, the lack of qualified lecturers, and a dilapidated building that was dangerous to live in. When you read some of his letters, you wonder how the students and the faculty were living in this building. So he was faced with the uphill task of overhauling the whole system. And part of this overhaul were his vision concerning the buildings of the college. Habib Gerges envisioned the seminary being housed in a building with several entrances and spacious, well-lit and properly ventilated rooms. And there were to be sleeping quarters, a refectory, study rooms, a large library, administrative offices, staff rooms, and rooms for receiving visitors. You can see he was trying to think about all the needs that a seminary would need. The amenities should be clean and modern. No doubt, Habib Gerges gleaned many of his ideas from the missionary schools and maybe the other Western seminaries in Egypt at the time that he had visited. The renovations required 12,000 Egyptian pounds. That is quite a lot of money at that time. An impossible sum for Habib Gerges to raise at that time. So he decided to proceed in stages, beginning with the lecture rooms, which would cost 1,500 pounds. And he wrote numerous letters and reports to the patriarchal administration and the deputy, but all his requests were rejected, always telling him for budgetary constraints, which really wasn't the case. And you wonder, where all of the money that was there was being spent and why they were not willing to support him. Eventually, in 1924, he declared that a voice from within had called upon him to complete the renovations regardless of the effort and hardship that it would cost him. He was trying in every way possible to get the college ready and up to the standard he expected. There was only 10 Egyptian pounds available in the budget. He needs 12,000, he's only got 10 Egyptian pounds. He needs 1,500 just for the first stage, for the lecture rooms. So Gerges came up with a brash solution, which unfortunately brought little success. He arrived early one day at the annual general meeting of the Majlis al-Melli, the Lay Community Council, and refused to vacate his seat until the 12 members agreed to pay the 1,500 pounds required to complete the renovation of the lecture rooms. He was, adamant. He was not going to leave that meeting, even though he came abruptly to the meeting and tried to convince the members of what he was doing, the importance of this work. And Gerges insisted that the council look into the matter that evening. But when the proceedings did not allow him to remain any longer, he left after delivering a fiery address that concluded with these words. He says to them, The consequence of all of this is the prevailing ignorance among the ministers of religion, people leaving the church, and the backwardness and slumber that surround the children of the community. To Habib Gerges's dismay, the 10 Egyptian pounds was increased to only 100 Egyptian pounds that night. And the Lay Community Council decreed that these funds should be used to repair the stairwell and bathroom. So nothing about the classrooms that he needed. And to gut the entire building. Of course, this sum was woefully inadequate, and Habib Gerges was dismayed. But his resolve and faith remained strong, and he was determined to find a solution to this latest financial crisis. Habib Gerges was in an awkward position and extremely frustrated at the lack of support for his work at the college, and writes several times to the deputy of the Patriarchate, requesting essential repairs before the new school year, again with little success. He says in one letter the following: "It is sufficient that we spent the whole year from beginning to end in severe hardship, and I'm unable to describe to you the extent of our suffering that we, the teachers and the students, have undergone as a consequence of this. I'm afraid that this tardiness will delay the work till next year, and the seminary will not be ready for study in September, which is the beginning of the year in Egypt, for study. Moreover, there are many openings in the seminary, and the fence from the direction of the building is low, which can allow any person from outside to enter. An assault took place at the seminary yesterday by some thieves who stole some of the students' clothes and took money from them. This has happened many times previously, and in particular last year during the holidays when the seminary had no students. I'm currently very fearful about this matter with regard to the state of the building. Hence, I sincerely hope that you will give attention to the speedy completion of the building." Again, unfortunately, all of this went unheeded, his letters to the deputy of the Patriarchate. But you can hear in what he's saying, his frustration, his eagerness. He wants the best for his students. He wants to see this seminary to reach the highest international academic standards. But he was never able to achieve that, unfortunately. The intrusions and thefts continue into January of 1924. The inspector in Shobra of the police suggested that the seminary hire a guard. Gerges requested approval for this at a monthly cost of 2 Egyptian pounds, along with the raising and repair of the fence. But another weak response from the Lay Community Council and the Patriarchate Church Council, which was called at the time, finally brought Gerges to the realization that his efforts were to no avail, unfortunately. Having exhausted the proper process, he decided, after all of this, to bypass the Patriarchate Council, to bypass the Lay Community Council, and went straight to the top, and went and spoke directly with Pope Carolus V, who was very supportive of his work. And to explain what had transpired and the seriousness of the situation. To demonstrate the parlous condition of the buildings, Habib Gerges asked the Patriarchate's engineer to examine the retaining walls. The engineer found that they were in danger of collapsing within a week. So imagine there are students, there's humans in there, and imagine if that part of these retaining walls collapsed, how many people may have died. In fact, once there was an Ethiopian bishop staying in one of the rooms, but he was not there, and the roof collapsed inside of his room, and thankfully he was not there at the time. So he found that this retaining walls were in danger of collapsing within a week. As a result, the Pope ordered that work commence immediately, and that any additional funds required be taken from the Patriarchate's own budget surplus. So he never gave up, but he went through all the proper channels. When he still didn't find any help, he continued trying every single avenue until he was able to achieve what he wanted. And this shows you, those of us here who are servants, how we should be resilient in our ministry. Not any problem that happens between two servants or a problem in your ministry, that the easiest thing is just to give up very quickly. We need to go through this resilience and to learn from this example that Habib Gerges presents to us today. Habib Gerges' direct approach to the Pope, going over the head of the lay community council, had been a risky move, and he knew it very well. In case he ran into strife with the council, he made sure that his authority from Pope Kyrillos was in writing. This was only the beginning, and much more situations arose concerning the renovations. But this situation again shows you his resilience and sometimes risk-taking in order to achieve, it was a calculated risk, in order to achieve the best results for his faculty and staff, and indeed for the Coptic community at large. Besides the major issues with the college buildings was the failing health of the students and the cantors. There was a doctor at the time called Dr. Laurier Beck, who was responsible for caring for the health of the students. And Dr. Laurier Beck, who oversaw their health, writes many times to Habib Gerges requesting the renovations to be completed, and due to lack of funds, it was not always possible. Then in a letter, Dr. Laurier tells Habib Gerges, if this is not fixed, then I have no other option but to report the college to the Department of Health and recommending that it be shut down, because this was a responsibility for the doctor, and he did not want to take on this responsibility himself. And Habib Gerges was not being silent when he received these letters and tried to be able to fix all of these things, but unfortunately was unable. Once the sewage from the bathrooms flowed out into the corridors with a, you can imagine, terrible smell, the students were getting sick. It was a very difficult situation for him. Someone else would have easily said, this is just too hard, and would have left and said, this is just unworkable. But he didn't do this. 5, another major challenge for Habib Gerges was how to serve the villages in many remote areas of Egypt. So not only he cared for the urban areas and for students in the urban areas, but he tried to look to bring religious education to every single member of the church, even to blue-collar workers and technical workers. And he even thought about the villages, because the situation in the villages was really dire. There was no churches. The people in the villages couldn't afford transportation to go into the cities. No priests were coming to the villages to visit the people or taking the altar board and praying liturgies for them. They were almost isolated and no one caring for them. Some of them did not even know they were Christian. And they were not even baptizing their children. And illiteracy was rampant there. And I'll tell you what he did to try to change this and reform it. So his challenge was how to serve the villages in many remote areas of Egypt and to encourage clergy to pray liturgies in the villages. And he tried to establish churches there. Not only this, but Copts were unable to go to the cities and hence were not going to church. And in his booklet, which I also found in the archives, called General Visitations to the Village, Iftiqad al-Am al-Qarya, he notes the high level of illiteracy in rural areas, attributable to the low level of education and extreme poverty in the villages. These poor villages had been fertile ground for Western missionaries since the latter arrived in Egypt in the 19th century. Habib Gerges's idea of sending the less educated preachers and priests to rural regions seems unwise, as they would have had difficulty competing with well-educated missionaries from England and the United States. In fact, these rural areas needed the best clergy capable of raising the spiritual, doctrinal, and educational level of the villages. Nevertheless, unordained preachers, some with no academic theological qualifications, continue to serve in the Coptic Orthodox Church today, and it brings joy to all of us to hear what His Eminence said today about giving this importance to theological education here in this blessed diocese. And Habib Gerges would always, one of his main battle cries, that no man should be ordained to the priesthood without first completing a theological qualification. And so that this is the goal here, and the aim, I think, is something that should bring joy to each and every one of you of the great vision of His Eminence Metropolitan Serapion in this field. In Habib Gerges's time, the more affluent Coptic preachers and priests probably preferred staying in the big cities, where their names were recognized and remuneration was higher, over going to a remote village under difficult conditions and where the pay was far lower. Habib Gerges wanted religious education to reach every soul. Nobody should be disadvantaged, no matter how remote his or her location. In Habib Gerges's time, the village was still central to life in Upper Egypt. Several decades were to pass before Egyptians moved in large numbers from the villages into the cities as modernization accelerated. Habib Gerges felt that villages needed help, and they needed it urgently. He took a different approach to education in rural areas, catering to the different social and economic circumstances outside Egypt's major cities. He did not write a set curriculum for them, but rather prepared a detailed guide for teachers to follow, entitling his book Visitation to the Village. Written in 1947, near the end of Gerges's life, this publication reveals his meticulousness in caring for every soul in the village. It further demonstrates how Habib Gerges's educational reforms could transform a village, enlighten its families, and fortify it to resist external forces, or at least that was the ideal. Whether that was achieved or not is questionable. Habib Gerges devised a system to deal with illiteracy in the villages. He was familiar with the success of an American Protestant missionary called Frank Charles Lobach, who lived from 1884 to 1970, who was known as the apostle to the illiterates. In improving literacy rates, he went to the Philippines, to the Moro tribes, and Lobach's method was called Each One, Teach One, taught people to read and write in their own language, and became popular in many countries around the world. Some of his texts obviously had come to Egypt and were translated into Arabic, and Habib Gerges was aware of them. And so in this book, in one of the footnotes, he told the Sunday school teachers that were going to go to visit the villages, go to the central office of Sunday school in Cairo, and pick up the books about the life of Christ written in the Lobach method, and go and find 2 or 3 people that know how to read and write to teach the rest of the village. But the challenge that he met was actually finding 2 or 3 people that were literate and could read and write that could teach the rest of the village. But at least it gives you an idea of the vision of what he hoped to achieve. Habib Gerges proposed a similar scheme for the villages of Egypt. He instructed the teachers to find in each village several youths who were educated or who could at least read and write. These youngsters were to teach the illiterate Copts in the village to read the Bible and other spiritual books so that they could improve their spiritual lives. The Sunday school teacher assigned to the region was to monitor progress from time to time. The plan certainly was a good one, but the challenge, as I mentioned, was to find enough literate youths in each village to teach their illiterate neighbors. The 6th challenge. This is not an exhaustive list by any means. Another challenge in the villages was the transportation costs of sending preachers there to about 85 villages. So he trained his students in the theological college. He built a church for them to learn the rites and also to give them a chance to practice preaching, because this was lacking in most of the churches everywhere. And so he was able to have 85 students going around 85 villages preaching every week, and the Majlis al-Melli was paying for their transportation. Much great work was being done, including the building of churches, primary schools, branches of Sunday school, and much more in these villages. Then we find this letter to the Lay Community Council dated 15 May 1944 with Gerges's deep sorrow. He writes, "You have previously stood by these blessed efforts, and in January 1938, you decided to subsidize this project with £10 per month. Then, only 20 months after the decision to subsidize, we found that this had been suspended." He was so upset. Thus, the cord of the effort was cut, and 85 villages became void of the preaching of the Holy Gospel. Nay, roughly 10,000 souls, at the very least, were deprived of the water of life. It's just unimaginable that the Lay Community Council would do this. He's expanding, trying to serve the people, trying to bring the spiritual nourishment to every creature, to every Copt, even in these villages, and 20 months later, they decide to suspend the funds. He continues. The project waned and the branches dwindled. The students are funding up to 12 branches with their meager monthly subscriptions. And this is not fair at all, since we entrust each student with intellectual, spiritual, and physical efforts. Instead of providing him with a material reward, we are adding to his burden through the payment of a monthly subscription. Your Excellencies, the costs of travel and transportation have doubled, and the requests of the branches, which we have been forced to abandon, have accumulated against us. The voices of the consciences of our children dismay us internally, pleading with the Macedonian man, saying, "Come across and help us." You can see the difficulties. What is he supposed to do? Where is he supposed to get these funds? So this important ministry of preaching to 85 villages, over 10,000 people, has suddenly ceased. Very difficult. And the last challenge that I would share was concerning a priest monk called Father Heziel Baramosi, who was appointed by Pope Ioannis to oversee liturgical services at the theological college and to build a baptistry there. However, it is very clear that he was very jealous of Habib Gerges, considering him a lay person and he being a priest, and how can someone lower than him in rank be the dean and he just responsible for church services? So he wrote several vicious letters of attack against Habib Gerges, that Habib Gerges embezzled funds and that he's teaching students useless subjects such as Hebrew and Greek, not realizing how important these subjects are for studying the Old and New Testament in their original languages. Really nasty letters when you read them. I have them. Heziel Baramosi asserted this: I am honored to raise this detailed memorandum concerning the actions that take place at the clerical school and the dispersing of funds that have been designated for the education of the students and establishing the support of Orthodox faith and the building of the church and spending it on what it was not designated for, but it was embezzled and became a plunder divided among those entrusted with directing its spending. Obviously, it was the dean, Habib Gerges, who was the one who was entrusted with this. So it is, a very nasty attack that was totally unfounded. I told you earlier that he was paying for a karma from his own money. He had to sell the press to be able to continue. Many times from his own salary, he would spend on the college. He was celibate. He gave all of his life to the church. So you can see from his life that these are all lies and had a hidden agenda. But very difficult, that all of a sudden, after all of this great work that he did, that he finds this complaint against him to the Majlis al-Milli. It is true that because Habib Gerges, in his zeal, had prompted a slew of activities and projects during the period in question, much money was being spent. Yes, he did. In fact, in his book about the theological college, at the back, he has a whole list of names of the people that donated to the college and how much they donated towards this work. The church had not seen such vibrant activity in its recent history. Habib Gerges defended all that he had done for the church and the seminary in several reports and letters to the lay community council, as well as in his book on the history of the seminary, in which he outlined exactly where the money collected was spent, and even how his own personal money was deposited into the patriarch's treasury for the seminary's use. Even once Pope Carolus gave him money personally, he said, "This is for you." And he took it and he put it into the accounts of the seminary and spent it towards fixing up the buildings. Conclusion. So what is the lesson that we can learn from all these resistances and challenges that he met? And I've only told you just little snippets. I would say that this is the price that visionary leaders sometimes have to bear. And he certainly bore such pain with great pride. But at the end, it affected his health, and he was paralyzed on the right side of his body and was almost bedridden for his final years. In responding to Heziel Baramosi, he says some powerful words. He says this. Please listen carefully. Despite efforts that sapped my health and crushed my strength, I did not surrender for one day to anyone who resisted or envied me. This is a great grace that I do not deserve, as one cannot be envious or resistant except the one who does not have grace. Stones are thrown only at the trees that are filled with fruits, and birds peck only at ripe fruits. And his life was full of amazing fruits. I thank God Almighty that through his grace, despair never penetrated my soul for even one day. But in fact, I constantly smile at the resistances. I have forgiven and will continue to forgive from the depth of my heart everyone who desires to be my enemy in vain. Knowing that it is inevitable that obstacles will come along the path of those who desire to serve God and people. It is inevitable that there is no honey without the bee sting. And he who abandons positive work for the sake of the murmurings of people resembles the horse that bolts when it sees its own shadow. Gold does not lose its value if it is rejected by animals. And the sun is not blemished if you cannot see it one day. It is imperative that we do not fail in doing good, for we shall reap the harvest in due time if we do not weary. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good, he concludes. Very beautiful, powerful words. One of Habib Gerges's disciples, as I said at the beginning, Murad Wahba, sums up Gerges's life as follows. He says, the great teacher has failed in his reform. The great teacher has failed in his reform. Very powerful statement. But then he explains. But he failed where shortcoming and failure are considered an honor. It was the failure of a martyr. It was a failure of a martyr, certainly. Habib Gerges was a martyr, not physically, but in the daily challenges and struggles that he decided to go through because of his love for his Orthodox faith, because of his love for the Orthodox people of Egypt, and wanting to see the glory of the early church back again. The Copts take great historical pride in their martyrs. Even their failures are a source of strength and courage. Habib Gerges had a clear goal and vision to make the Coptic Orthodox Seminary rise to the highest international standards of the day. One can feel his heartache, pain, and struggles that he had not achieved his goal despite doing everything within his power to succeed. There is a sense of sadness in his expressions of hope that the next generation would continue the effort and bring his work to fruition. And there is still so much to learn from this man. And I think it is important for our generation and generations to come to continue studying, going deeper. What happened back there? What needs to be done for the future of our church, that we don't go back to this period of darkness that we experienced just over 100 years ago. Certainly, the words of His Holiness Pope Shenouda III of blessed memory ring out aloud to us today. He said this: our teacher, Archdeacon Habib Gerges, pioneer of religious education in our generation, started his life in an age that was almost void of religious education and knowledge. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep, as the book of Genesis describes. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, and the light was Habib Gerges. So truly he was a light in our church during his time, and truly he deserves to have been canonized a saint on 20 June 1913 by our synod. And I hope that you can all be inspired by his example. And I hope that really you enjoyed this special and historic celebration today. And what a great joy it is to celebrate this historic occasion with all of you. And I'm deeply indebted to His Eminence Metropolitan Serapion for allowing this occasion to take place and for all of his support and for sharing with us and the wonderful lecture that he gave us this morning. Also indebted to His Grace Bishop Abraham and His Grace Bishop Carlos for sharing with us this special occasion, and also to Deacon Severus for his lecture. I also want to thank the fathers of this parish, Father Mauritius, Father Jonah, and Father Antonius, who was our MC for today, and indeed to all of the dedicated and amazing servants of St. George Church. They've been working tirelessly over the last month or more, and really trying to put a celebration in the best possible form. I could not be happier working with them and learning so much from each and every one of them. So I thank them all so much. I also thank Father Ruiz from St. Mark's Church and the St. Mark Choir for the beautiful hymns that they presented today to remind us of the teachings of Habib Gerges, and also all of the ladies who cooked the food for us and also prepared the church, and many other names, Monica, and I remember the other photographer, Martina, for taking all the photos. And also I thank Father Bishoy Aziz and Logos TV for covering the whole day as well. It was really very, very wonderful. And I thank you all for bearing with this long lecture at the end of the day and staying. And I thank you all for your attendance, and love to hear your comments, what can be done better next time, or if you have any comments, would love to hear it. I just have a small gift for my fathers, His Eminence and the bishops, that I would like to present to them.
On behalf of the fathers and the committee that worked with Sayyidina, we thank His Eminence for hosting this event, and His Grace Bishop Suryar for allowing us to be part of this great event and great celebration that we truly enjoyed and learned. There are just a couple of questions to Sayyidina. First one is, what inspired your Grace's deep interest in Archdeacon Habib Gerges?
I started quickly, briefly, a master's in religious education at the Australian Catholic University, and a short thesis on Christian education at the Church of Alexandria in the first 5 centuries. So when I came to think of a topic for the PhD, I thought I will continue to do a 2,000-year history. But my mentor, it wasn't Deacon Severus, but one of the mentors at Fordham, said to me, this is a very wide topic. You can't cover this in one PhD. Try to narrow it to either a particular person or period. And then I thought maybe something on Pope Carlos IV, but there was nothing he wrote except 2 letters to the Metropolitan in Ethiopia. And then I remembered that in the monastery, I would hear many times Pope Shenouda III speak about Habib Gerges. But I hardly knew anything more than he was the dean of the college and established Sunday school. So I went to do some research, found that he wrote about 30 books, El Karma, and then all of this. So I took that to the professor. He said, yes, you have more than one PhD. Go ahead and start. And this is how I began to fall in love with this man.
Thank you, Sayyidina. And there's another question that says that St. Habib Girgis showed us the importance of higher education and how to hold the church education at a high standard. What are some ways we can apply this high standard and teach it, doing the same with our youth, even when there's a lot of pushback from them and from their parents?
Don't give up, first of all. You heard all the resistances, and now he continued. But you have a great example here in His Grace Bishop Carlos and the great work he's doing in Christian education and in Acts. And, they should encourage as many of the youth to come and study theology, to know the history of their church, the doctrine of their church, so that they can respond to the many challenges that we face living in America. Many, many challenges on a daily basis, new ideologies that are coming out. How are we going to protect our people except to found them in proper Coptic Orthodox teachings and theology?
Last question is, can you have to give us one of your favorite quotes?
Education is the first need for the community after bread. It is there on the board in the icon, so he would repeat this all the time, and he could see the importance, how much love for education he had.
Thank you, Sayyidina. Thank you all. Thank you, Your Eminence, Your Graces, for being with us today. After we conclude, there is a small gift for each one here, and then their Graces will take a memorable photo at the exhibition downstairs in the hall. من الليل ويذوق سابتري كي يوكي أجيب نعمة كي سوسيون سونيون من تنو شيفولن قوم مجيو بن
سموي سيستم توي بنت ملشي صادق تمخلو انت يا كوبينو انت ما توصل بقطيت صوت انت دافيد تي صوفيا انت سولو نفمان براكليتم في تفي جني ابوستولوس تفي ارهبون خنب بتاهو يرفن بنيوت التايوت نارش رفس ابا واتروس نم بنيوت المتروبوليتيس ابا سراكيو نم بنيوت نبسكوبوس ابا سوريا نم بنيوت نبسكوبوس ابا براها نم بنيوت نبسكوبوس ابا كيرلوس نوت انت اجرو هيجنو شندروم بينم هنسيو انهيريني كونت تفتفيو هيرو سابسيت النوي شارف بينكول وببرستو سريع نوفيناني فرقن وإريني كتاب فنشتن نوي كريا ليسون كيريا فلوغيسون أمين اسموي رويس تيمتانيا كوني بلغم بيس
Imeristos benoti.
أمين
Eborun tati herini moinan tikarini seminan tikarini karanovanana. Vondrithok tatigomni monus moni mashani. Mean make us, O Lord, worthy to pray with all thanksgiving, our Father who art in heaven. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is. Give us our
trespasses as we forgive those trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. In Christ Jesus our Lord, for then is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Now may the love of God the Father, the grace of His only begotten Son, and our God and Savior Jesus Christ, the communion and the gift of the Holy Spirit, be with you those who wish to go in peace. Peace of the Lord be with you.
With your spirit. And come up and take the gift from Sayyidina.
إكليريكية، خلص إكليريكية وابتدى يدرس. كل حياته في الكنيسة، الديجري بتاعه كان بتاع الإكليريكية.
أكيد قهوة
احنا فرحانين قوي انه كنا مع النهارده احنا كواير.
Yes, yes. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
كتر خيرك يا سيدنا، احنا فرحانين قوي قوي. كتر خيرك يا سيدنا، كتر خيرك. علمنا يا سيدنا. كتر خيرك يا سيدنا، متشكرة جدا.
Yeah.
go down.